Amish Widows' First Love, written by Samantha Price, narrated by Samantha Price. Chapter 1. And above all things have fervent charity among yourselves, for charity shall cover the multitude of sins. 1 Peter 4:8. A soft breeze rustled through the cemetery maples, their leaves beginning to turn gold and crimson against the clear October sky. Nadine Yoder stood motionless before the plain wooden casket, her prayer cap strings fluttering against her dark blue dress. Her eyes remained dry while those around her wept openly. The bishop's words washed over her like distant waves, familiar phrases about God's will and eternal rest. It had been 8 days since Eli had gone to fix the barn roof and never returned. 8 days since their neighbour, Abram Byler, had come running across the field, his face ashen with the news that would forever divide Nadine's life into before and after. Now, as the men of the community lowered her husband's body into the ground, the hollow feeling in her chest wasn't just sorrow. It was something she couldn't describe. She'd married Eli not out of passion, but for the safety of familiarity. He was kind, predictable, steady. That had seemed enough. How easily everything could change in an instant. She looked over at Eli's parents. His father, Daniel, was tight-lipped, while Libby, Eli's mother, was sobbing into a handkerchief. Eli's brothers, Matthew and John, stood tall, one on either side. "He was a good man," whispered a voice beside her. Helgred, Eli's only sister, gripped Nadine's arm with desperate fingers, her face blotchy with tears. The best brother. The best man in our district. Nadine nodded silently. Eli had been good, quiet, hard-working, fair in his dealings. He had never raised his voice to her, never complained when dinner was late after she'd spent too long visiting Mary Beth or helping with community work. "The Lord gives and the Lord takes away," the bishop said, his beard moving slightly with each word. "Blessed be the name of the Lord." The community responded in unison, their voices rising together in shared acceptance of God's mysterious ways. Nadine's lips moved with the familiar words, but her mind wandered to the silence that awaited her at home, a silence not so different from the one that had filled the spaces between her and Eli for years. The first shovelful of earth hit the casket with a hollow thud that echoed in Nadine's chest. The thud reminded her of the doors that had closed on her childhood home after her parents had passed within months of each other. Another life, another grief, but the same emptiness. Once again, she was alone. The feelings of helplessness bubbled up within her. Helgred leaned even closer. "You'll move back with us, of course." Us meant Eli's parents, his 2 unmarried brothers, and Helgred, who had also never married. The family had taken her in after her parents had died. Helgred continued, "You shouldn't be alone in that house. You'll sell it." Before Nadine could respond, the community began to move around them, women approaching with embraces and men offering solemn nods of respect. The Smithson's twins, barely 5 years old, clung to their mother's skirts, wide-eyed at this gathering of black-clothed adults. Nadine felt a sudden stab of emotion, not for the husband she had lost, but for the children they had never had. Another failure she carried, another disappointment etched into her marriage. The procession back to her farm moved slowly along the dirt road, horses and buggies forming a sombre parade. Nadine rode with Eli's family while Helgred patted her hand at regular intervals. The farmhouse came into view, the home she and Eli had shared, the windows dark despite the afternoon sun, as if the building itself were in mourning. Inside, the house had been transformed by the community's women. Tables stretched across the main room, laden with food that would feed the mourners. The familiar scents of bread and pie should have been comforting, but they only emphasised the strangeness of the day, a gathering in her home where Eli would never again take his place at the head of the table. "Nadine, let me help you with your shawl," Helgred said, already reaching for it, already taking control in the way she had always tried to direct her younger siblings. Her eyes, so like Eli's in shape and colour, held a fierce protectiveness that bordered on possession. "You should sit down. You look pale." "I need to check on the kitchen," Nadine murmured, stepping away from Helgred's reaching hands. It wasn't entirely an excuse. As the bereaved wife, she should ensure everything was in order for the guests, but mostly she needed space to breathe without Helgred's watchful gaze. The kitchen was crowded with women working efficiently, and Nadine slipped between them, murmuring thanks, feeling both grateful for their help and like a stranger in her own home. At the sink, she paused to splash cool water on her face. "Nadine!" A single word, spoken in a voice that carried the comfort of decades of friendship. Nadine turned to find Mary Beth Lapp in the doorway, her round face etched with genuine concern. Unlike the others, Mary Beth didn't immediately envelop her in an embrace or offer platitudes. Instead, she simply handed Nadine a fresh dish towel. "They've taken over everything out there," Mary Beth said quietly, nodding toward the main room. "You don't need to be the hostess today." Nadine squeezed the towel between her fingers. "I don't know what I'm supposed to be then." Mary Beth's eyes softened. "Just be yourself." That's enough. But was it? Nadine wondered. Had being simply herself ever been enough? Not for her parents, who had died before she could make them proud. Not for Eli, who had surely deserved a wife who loved him completely. Perhaps not even for God, who had left her childless while blessing Mary Beth with 4 healthy children. "I feel like I did when my folks died. It seems I always end up alone." "You're not alone," Mary Beth insisted, though they both knew it wasn't entirely true. Mary Beth had her husband and children. The community would provide support, but at the end of each day, she would return to an empty house, an empty bed. "Helgred said I should sell the house." "Where would you live?" "With them," Nadine whispered. "That's the plan." "Their plan, not mine." "Is that what you want?" Nadine couldn't think of anything worse. At least in her own home, she had a say in what happened. "No, that's not what I want." "Then don't do it," Mary Beth insisted. A commotion in the main room drew their attention, Helgred's voice rising above the respectful murmurs of the guests. "Nadine should be sitting down. Where is she? She shouldn't be hiding in the kitchen on today of all days." Mary Beth raised an eyebrow. "Helgred seems to have appointed herself your guardian." "She means well," Nadine said automatically, though the thought of Helgred's hovering presence in the days to come filled her with quiet dread. "She's lost her younger brother." "And you've lost your husband," Mary Beth countered. Before Nadine could respond, Helgred appeared in the doorway, her eyes immediately finding Nadine. "There you are. Everyone's waiting. The bishop is ready to say a prayer." Helgred's gaze flicked to Mary Beth with thinly veiled disapproval before returning to Nadine. "Come, sister. Everyone's waiting." She followed Helgred into the main room, where conversation hushed as she took her seat. Dozens of sympathetic eyes tracked her movement, searching her face for appropriate signs of widowhood. As the bishop began the prayer, Nadine bowed her head and closed her eyes. In the darkness behind her eyelids, she saw not Eli's face, but the long, empty road ahead. Days without his quiet presence, nights in the too large bed, meals cooked for one. The silence that had existed between them would now fill every corner of the house. Yet beneath the fear and grief lay a flutter of something she dared not name, something that brought fresh guilt washing over her. In the midst of proper mourning, surrounded by those who had genuinely loved Eli, Nadine only wished that she could have loved him more. She had respected him, but the spark she'd once dreamed of never blossomed. "Amen," the community said in unison. Nadine opened her eyes to her new reality: widow, alone, uncertain. Helgred watched her carefully. Beside her, Mary Beth's presence offered comfort. Nadine inhaled deeply. The future would unfold according to God's plan, not hers. After all, her own plans had led her to a marriage without a proper connection and a grief complicated by guilt. Chapter 2. Beloved, if God so loved us, we ought also to love one another. 1 John 4:11. It had been 2 weeks since they laid Eli in the ground. The visitors had stopped coming to her home, and so had the well-meaning meals and offers of help. Men were still helping with the farm, and that was a blessing. 2 weeks of waking to silence, of cooking for one, of catching herself listening for footsteps that would never come. Even Patch, Eli's faithful dog, now kept to the porch, refusing to come inside as though waiting for his master's return. The house hadn't changed, yet everything felt different. The wooden clock on the wall that had been Eli's wedding gift to her ticked loudly in the quiet kitchen, marking time that now stretched before her like an endless road. Nadine ran her fingers along the grain of the table, tracing the familiar patterns worn smooth by years of daily use. This was where they had taken their meals together, where they had sat across from each other in companionable silence more often than conversation. Eli had never been one for idle talk. "The quiet," Nadine murmured to herself. "It's not so different from before." But it was different. The silence with Eli had been a presence. This new silence was an absence that followed her from room to room. With a deep breath, Nadine rose from the table. Today was the day she had decided to sort through Eli's belongings. The community expected it. A widow should handle her husband's things properly, not too hastily, but not so long delayed that it suggested an inability to accept God's will. Helgred had already hinted twice that she would be happy to help, which Nadine knew meant taking control of the process entirely. Thankfully, Helgred hadn't mentioned selling the house again, but Nadine knew it was only a matter of time. The bedroom was cool, the quilt still neatly made on Eli's side of the bed. She hadn't disturbed it since the morning of the accident. His clothes hung in the simple wardrobe, pressed and proper as she had always kept them. Nadine ran her fingers over the rough cotton of his Sunday shirt, remembering how he would button it all the way to his throat without complaint, even on the hottest summer days. One by one, she removed his clothing, folding each piece carefully. The black trousers, the blue work shirts, the suspenders he had received from his father. These would go to his younger cousins or to families in need. Behind the clothes, on the upper shelf of the wardrobe, sat Eli's wooden box, the one place in their home she had never explored. It had seemed a small privacy to allow him, though she doubted it contained anything remarkable. Eli had been a practical man with little sentiment for keepsakes. The box was simple pine, unvarnished, but smooth from years of handling. Nadine carried it to the bed and slowly lifted the lid. Inside lay a small leather-bound Bible, more worn than the one he had used at services. She opened it to find his neat handwriting in the margins, brief notes on passages, dates marked beside verses. This was a side of Eli she hadn't known, a private faith, a searching mind. Beneath the Bible lay a folded letter in feminine handwriting. For a moment, Nadine's heart quickened with an irrational fear, but the signature at the bottom quickly soothed her concern. It was from his mother, written when Eli was just 20. The words were the simple wishes of a mother for her son's happiness. At the bottom of the box, nestled in a small cloth, was something entirely unexpected. A carved wooden bird, no larger than her palm. The craftsmanship was remarkable, each feather delicately rendered, the eyes seeming almost alive. Nadine turned it over in her hands, wondering. In all their years of marriage, she had never seen Eli carve anything. Maybe it had been made by someone else. "He made that the winter before you married." Nadine startled at the voice, nearly dropping the bird. Helgred stood in the bedroom doorway, her dark dress making her seem like a shadow against the light from the hallway. As always, she had entered without knocking, as if her brother's house were her own. "I didn't hear you knocking," Nadine said pointedly, as she carefully replaced the bird in its cloth. "We don't knock in our family. You should know that by now." Helgred moved into the room, her eyes cataloguing the clothes laid out on the bed. "I called out. You must not have heard." She picked up one of Eli's shirts, refolding it as though Nadine's folding wasn't good enough. "I see you've started clearing out his things without me." "Just organising," Nadine clarified. "The bishop's wife mentioned a family in the next district who lost everything in a fire. I thought Eli's clothes—" "So soon?" Helgred's voice held a note of accusation. "It's only been 2 weeks, Nadine." A flicker of irritation sparked in Nadine's heart. "The clothes do no good hanging empty in a wardrobe." "They're all we have left of him," Helgred countered, clutching the shirt to her chest. "We have our memories," Nadine said softly, "and his good works in the community." Helgred's eyes fell on the wooden box. "You've been through his private things as well." It wasn't a question, but a judgment. Nadine closed the box lid gently. "Yes, I didn't know he carved things." "There's much you didn't know about my brother." Helgred set the shirt down, her movements precise and controlled. "He was always working with his hands, even as a boy. Made me a whole set of little animals once for Christmas. We were so close." "I know you were close." He was very close with all of his family, but she hadn't known he had loved to carve things. Had she been so absorbed in her own disappointment with their marriage that she'd failed to truly see him? "But I never saw him carve anything during our marriage." "He stopped after he married you. Said he needed to focus on providing, on being a proper husband." Helgred's eyes met Nadine's with unmistakable meaning. "He gave up many things to try to make you happy." The accusation hung in the air between them. Nadine looked away first, unable to bear the knowing look in Helgred's eyes. Had her dissatisfaction been so obvious? Had Eli spoken of it to his sister? "I'm making tea," Nadine said, rising from the bed. "Would you like some?" Of course. Helgred followed her to the kitchen, watching as Nadine moved through the familiar routine. Every movement felt performed under scrutiny, as if Helgred were evaluating her worthiness as Eli's widow. "I've been thinking," Helgred said, as Nadine placed a steaming cup before her, "that you shouldn't be alone in this big house. It's not right." Nadine looked up. "The community has been very kind. I have all the offers of help I need. I'll be fine here." "I'm not talking about help with farm, Nadine. I'm talking about proper companionship." Helgred leaned forward earnestly. "You could move back into our home. It would be like old times." Nadine smiled at the memories. She'd been grateful to the family who had taken her in after her folks died. There were 3 boys and a girl. Eli had been one of them. "Or I could move in here. There's certainly enough space." The thought of sharing her daily life with Helgred sent a wave of quiet panic through Nadine. Helgred's constant judgment, her possessiveness of Eli's memory, her assumption that she knew best. It would be suffocating. That's very nice, Nadine said carefully, but I think I need time to find my way by myself, to understand God's plan for me now. Helgred's face tightened almost imperceptibly. His plan would surely include family supporting each other. We are family, Nadine, even without. She stopped abruptly. Without what? Nadine asked, though she knew what remained unspoken. Helgred looked down at her tea, then back up. It's a pity you couldn't give him children. Then we would have had something of him left. The words struck like a physical blow. 7 years of monthly disappointments, of watching other women's bellies swell with life while hers remained flat, of seeing the question in the eyes of the community, and worse, the eventual acceptance that their marriage would remain childless. God decides such matters, Nadine said. Indeed he does, Helgred nodded, as if Nadine had confirmed something important. Which is why we must accept the paths he lays before us. You are alone now, and I am offering you a solution that would benefit us both. The money from selling this house will help the rest of the family. It's what Eli would have wanted. Nadine placed her cup down carefully, afraid her trembling hands might betray her emotions. I appreciate your concern, but I believe I am meant to remain here in the home Eli built. Alone? Helgred's tone made the word sound pathetic. For now, Nadine confirmed, I have Patch. He's some company. A heavy silence settled between them. Helgred finished her tea and stood, smoothing her apron with practiced motions. Well, I can see you've made up your mind for today, but the offer remains open. She moved toward the door, then paused. I'll come by tomorrow to help you finish with Eli's things. Some decisions shouldn't be made alone. Please don't throw anything out before I can go through them. It wasn't a request, but a statement of intent. Nadine nodded, knowing any protest would only strengthen Helgred's resolve. Denke for coming, Helgred. She walked Helgred to the door, and then Helgred looked down at Patch. She turned around and stared at Nadine. Can I have Patch at least? Eli loved him, and I'd like to look after the dog. Nadine nodded. I guess, if that will cheer the dog up. He's been looking sad for so long now with Eli gone. Helgred knelt down, reaching for Patch's collar. Come along now. The dog, who had been lying on the porch steps, flattened his ears and pulled back, his body stiff with resistance. He's just being stubborn, Helgred said. Patch dug in his paws, refusing to budge. Wait here, she instructed Nadine, before striding to her buggy. I mean, it looks like he doesn't want to leave. I'm happy to keep him here, Nadine told her. Helgred ignored her and returned with a length of baling twine, which she looped through the dog's collar. He'll walk once he understands who's in charge. She pulled firmly, but Patch braced himself. Perhaps he's not ready, Nadine suggested quietly. Nonsense! Animals need direction, Helgred insisted, now dragging the reluctant dog across the yard toward her waiting buggy. Patch whined, his body low to the ground. When they reached the buggy, Helgred bent to lift him. Up you go, she commanded, wrapping her arms around the dog's middle. As she hoisted him toward the seat, Patch gave a sudden yelp and turned his head, nipping at Helgred's hand. Oh! Helgred dropped him instantly. Patch scrambled away, bolting back toward the house and darting through the open door. He bit me, Helgred exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. That dog is dangerous. Nadine hurried over. Let me see. She took Helgred's hand gently, examining the spot where Patch's teeth had made contact. The skin wasn't even broken, merely reddened. It looks like just a warning nip. He didn't even break the skin. Helgred pulled her hand away, rubbing at the spot as though it were a serious wound. That doesn't matter. A dog that bites once will bite again. You should have trained him better. Nadine said nothing about the fact that Patch had never shown aggression before today. "I don't want that animal," Helgred declared, straightening her prayer cap, which had become slightly crooked. "If he attacks people, he's of no use to anyone." "He's not like that." "He probably didn't know what was going on." Helgred made a face. "Dogs can't think. You keep him, since he's chosen to stay. But don't say I didn't try to help." She got into the buggy, gathered the reins, and looked down at Nadine. "I'll be back tomorrow." Nadine nodded, watching as Helgred's buggy rattled down the lane. When it was out of sight, she returned to the house and looked everywhere for Patch. She found him huddled underneath the kitchen table, his eyes watching her warily. "It's all right. She's gone. Sorry about that. You can stay here with me. I'll never give you away again." She stroked his head gently, then reached for a piece of beef jerky from the counter. "You've earned this." After several minutes, Patch came out from under the table and then moved over to sit on the rug in front of the fireplace. Nadine sank into the chair behind him, exhaustion washing over her in an unexpected wave. The confrontation with Helgred had drained her completely. She pressed her palms against her face, surprised to find her cheeks damp. Was Helgred right? Should she accept the comfort of family, even if it felt like moving backwards? The thought of facing each evening alone stretched before her like a dark road. Yet the thought of surrendering her hard-won independence to Helgred's control seemed equally unbearable. Nadine returned to the bedroom, drawn again to the wooden box and the carved bird inside. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she held the delicate creation up to the light from the window. Each feather had been carved with patience and care, the eyes giving the small creature a sense of alertness. "What else didn't I know about you, Eli Yoder?" she whispered to the empty room. The bird offered no answers, but holding it gave Nadine a strange comfort. This piece of Eli, this expression of an art she'd never known he possessed, felt like a message from beyond, a reminder that people could surprise you, even after they were gone. As the afternoon turned into evening, Nadine felt an unusual heaviness in her limbs, a fatigue deeper than the normal tiredness that came with grief. Her stomach churned unpleasantly, a wave of nausea rising so suddenly that she had to close her eyes and breathe deeply to suppress it. "Just sorrow," she told herself. "Another stage of grief or guilt or something." She lay down on top of the quilt, intending only to rest for a moment before preparing a simple supper. But as the room darkened around her, Nadine remained motionless, her mind drifting between waking and dreams. In that twilight space, she thought she heard the soft sound of wings, as if the wooden bird had somehow taken flight. Perhaps, she thought as sleep finally claimed her, Eli had carved it as a promise of freedom. For himself, or for her, or for something not yet known to either of them. Chapter 3. "This is my commandment, that ye love one another as I have loved you." John 15:12. The next morning, Nadine couldn't bear the thought of facing Helgred again. Since Helgred hadn't said what time she might come, Nadine decided to go out for a few hours and visit Mary Beth. Several minutes later, she made her way up the path to Mary Beth's house, carefully stepping around scattered wooden blocks and a small handmade wagon. The sounds of children's laughter spilled from the open door, a melody of joy that had once pierced Nadine's heart with envy, but now brought a smile, perhaps because she no longer expected it for herself, or perhaps because the ache had softened into something gentler. "Nadine, come in, come in!" Mary Beth appeared in the doorway, wiping flour-covered hands on her apron. Her youngest, 2-year-old Leah, clung to her apron, peering up at Nadine with curious eyes. "I was just about to take the bread out of the oven." Inside, the Lapp home hummed with the organised chaos of a family with 4 young children. 6-year-old Joseph and 5-year-old Samuel were constructing an elaborate barn from wooden blocks in the corner, while 4-year-old Ruth sat at the table, solemnly colouring a picture with a worn pencil. "Ruth, make space for Auntie Nadine," Mary Beth instructed, lifting Leah onto her hip as she moved toward the kitchen. "I'll bring tea." Nadine settled at the table, smiling at Ruth, who immediately presented her drawing, a lopsided house with stick figures standing beside it. "That's our family," Ruth explained seriously, "and that's you." She pointed to a solitary figure standing slightly apart from the others. "It's beautiful," Nadine said, studying the simple drawing with genuine appreciation. "You've made me taller than your dad." Ruth giggled, adding another line to Nadine's dress before returning to her work. The easy comfort of Mary Beth's home surrounded Nadine like a warm quilt, so different from the echoing silence of her own house these past weeks. Here, life continued its rhythms undisturbed. Meals to prepare, children to tend, daily chores that grounded one in the present moment rather than allowing the mind to wander down paths of what might have been. Mary Beth returned with 2 steaming cups, setting one before Nadine before taking a seat. "The boys are playing so nicely, I hate to interrupt them," she said with a smile. "These peaceful moments are rare treasures." Nadine wrapped her hands around the warm cup, inhaling the fragrant steam. "Your home is always full of life." "And noise and mess and endless work," Mary Beth added with a laugh, but her eyes shone with contentment. She studied Nadine's face. "You look pale, friend." "Are you eating properly? Helgred mentioned you hardly touched the food the women brought over." Nadine sighed. "Helgred watches everything." "She's worried about you." "We all are." Mary Beth lowered her voice. "Nadine, how are you? Truly." The simple question, asked with such genuine care, threatened to unravel the careful composure Nadine had maintained. She stared into her tea, searching for the right words. "I'm managing. The days pass. I do what needs to be done." She took a small sip, then admitted, "But I haven't been feeling well. Not just grief, but something else. I wake feeling sick, especially in the mornings. Food doesn't sit right, and I'm so tired, Mary Beth. So tired I can barely keep my eyes open past sundown." Mary Beth's expression changed subtly, her head tilting as she regarded Nadine with new interest. "How long has this been happening?" "Since just after the funeral, I suppose." Nadine frowned, trying to recall. Mary Beth's brows lifted slightly, her posture shifting with quiet concern. "And your monthly time? When did you last have it?" The question caught Nadine by surprise, seeming oddly irrelevant to her grief. She opened her mouth to dismiss it, then paused as realization dawned. Counting backward, she felt a flutter of alarm. I don't remember. With everything that happened with Eli, I didn't notice." Her voice trailed off, eyes widening as she met Mary Beth's meaningful gaze. "Could you be with child?" The suggestion seemed so impossible that Nadine almost laughed. After years of nothing? Now, when Eli is... She couldn't finish the thought. Mary Beth remained silent, letting the possibilities settle between them. "Eli and I had accepted that children weren't part of God's plan for us. And now? Now, when he's gone?" Nadine whispered, one hand unconsciously moving to rest on her stomach. "God wouldn't be so miraculous?" Mary Beth suggested gently. Nadine shook her head, feeling suddenly lightheaded. "Eli and I had accepted that children weren't God's plan for us. To discover now, when he's gone..." "You should see Rebecca," Mary Beth said decisively, naming the community's midwife. "She'll know for certain." Little Ruth looked up from her drawing, her innocent eyes moving between the 2 women. "Auntie Nadine, are you getting a baby like Mum did with Leah?" Nadine's throat tightened. "I don't know. Perhaps." "If you do, can it play with my dolly?" Ruth held up a small cloth doll. "Ruth, finish your drawing," Mary Beth redirected softly. To Nadine, she added, "I'll take you to Rebecca's tomorrow. I'll have to see if my sister will mind the children." Nadine nodded, unable to form words around the storm of emotions rising within her. Grief, hope, disbelief, and something dangerously close to joy. Chapter 4. Let all bitterness and wrath and anger and clamour and evil speaking be put away from you with all malice. And be ye kind one to another, tender-hearted, forgiving one another, even as God for Christ's sake hath forgiven you. Ephesians 4:31-32. The next afternoon, Nadine stood on the path outside Rebecca's cottage, one hand pressed to her mouth, still trying to absorb what the midwife had told her. "About 8 weeks along, I'd say," Rebecca had told her, her capable hands gentle on Nadine's still flat abdomen. "The babe will come in late May, God willing. A blessing indeed, though the timing may seem strange to us. A blessing, a miracle, a complication." Nadine wasn't sure which word best described the new life growing inside her, the last piece of Eli Yoder that remained in this world. Mary Beth had wanted to come with her but couldn't find anyone to look after her children with the short notice. At this very moment, Nadine didn't mind being alone. She needed solitude to gather her thoughts. She sat for a while on Rebecca's stone fence until she was sure she wouldn't faint from the shock. Slowly, she walked along the dirt road that led back to her farm. How would she manage alone? What would she tell the community? How would she support a child on her own? The men were looking after the farm until she could manage it on her own, but now, how long would that take? She didn't want to be a burden. Lost in thought, she nearly collided with the tall figure rounding the bend in the road. "Careful there," a deep voice said, strong hands steadying her shoulders before quickly releasing her. Nadine looked up, startled to find herself face to face with Ned Miller. He had changed in the years since she'd last seen him, his shoulders broader, his eyes holding a depth of experience that hadn't been there before. But his smile was the same, warm and slightly crooked, triggering memories of her younger self and a road not taken. "Ned," she managed, stepping back to a proper distance, "I heard you'd returned." "It's nearly been a week," he confirmed, studying her with concern. "I'm sorry to hear about Eli. He was a good man." "Denker," Nadine said automatically, the familiar response feeling inadequate. "Are you settled back in the community?" Ned nodded. "My parents' old house needed work, but it's coming along." He hesitated, then added, "I saw the fence by your north pasture is broken in several places." "Storm damage?" "I suppose so. I haven't had time to inspect it properly. I could take a look." "Mend it for you. It wouldn't be right for your livestock to wander." The offer of help should have been unremarkable. The community regularly assisted widows with farm maintenance. But something in the way Ned stood, slightly uncertain yet determined, reminding Nadine of their youth, of afternoons spent talking by that very fence line, of shared laughter and harvested apples and possibilities that had withered before they could bloom. "That's very kind," she said finally, "but I wouldn't want to impose." "No imposition at all. I need to collect fence posts anyway. Your place is on my way." His eyes held hers for a moment longer than strictly necessary. "Unless you'd prefer someone else to help?" "I do have men helping with the farming. I'm sure they've noticed the fence." "Maybe not," he replied. Nadine found herself saying, "I would appreciate your help, Ned." He nodded, a flicker of something like relief crossing his features. "I'll come by tomorrow afternoon if that suits." "Tomorrow is fine," Nadine said. Ned cleared his throat. "I should let you continue home. You look—" He paused, choosing his words carefully. "Like you've had a long day." Nadine almost smiled at the polite understatement. "The longest," she agreed. They parted ways, Nadine continuing toward her farm while Ned was most likely heading to the small store at the crossroads. She glanced back once to see his tall figure moving away, The reality of the midwife's words settled more firmly over her as she neared her empty house. A child. Eli's child. A blessing that had arrived too late for him to know, yet precisely on time in God's mysterious plan. She'd told Mary Beth she'd immediately tell her what the midwife had said, but now she needed time alone to process the news. As she climbed the porch steps, Nadine's hand rested gently on her stomach. "We're not alone after all," she whispered to Patch, who sat at the front door. Patch came to greet her, tail wagging. They were slowly adjusting to life as a pair, just the two of them. It was then that she saw a note under a rock. She picked it up and saw it was from Helgred. The note read, "I said I'd come back today, but you're not home. I'll come another day." Nadine heaved a sigh of relief. One crisis averted. Inside, she moved to her bedroom where Eli's carved bird still sat on the nightstand. Picking it up, she studied it. "Your child will know about you," she whispered, "about your hands that created beauty, about your quiet strength, about how you never raised your voice, about the way you kept your promises, even the silent ones." Chapter 5. "And walk in love, as Christ also hath loved us, and hath given himself for us, an offering and a sacrifice to God for a sweet-smelling savour." Ephesians 5:2. The morning sky was bright and clear, the kind of day that promised warmth by noon. Nadine hitched her mare to the buggy with practised movements, her mind elsewhere, rehearsing words that still felt foreign on her tongue. She found Mary Beth in her yard, wooden clothespins clamped between her lips as she hung sheets that billowed like sails in the gentle breeze. 3 of Mary Beth's children darted between the hanging laundry, their laughter carrying across the yard, while the youngest sat nearby, watching. "Nadine!" Mary Beth called out, removing the pins from her mouth. Her smile faded slightly as she studied Nadine's face. "Is everything well?" Nadine nodded, helping to hang the last of the washing before speaking. "Could we talk?" She glanced meaningfully at the children. Mary Beth understood at once. She led Nadine to the bench beneath the maple tree, its leaves now turning gold. "You went to Rebecca?" "Yes." "What did she say?" Nadine twisted her hands in her lap. "She confirmed what we thought." She met her friend's eyes. "I'm with child." Mary Beth's face transformed, joy replacing concern. She grasped Nadine's hands tightly. "Oh, Nadine, what a blessing!" Nadine nodded. "Yes." "After all this time of waiting," Mary Beth said, her own eyes growing moist, "God had this gift prepared." "It must stay between us," Nadine said urgently. "Just for the first few months. It's early days." Mary Beth squeezed her hand. "Of course." "You kept my secret 4 times, remember? You were the first person I told with each child after my Samuel." Her smile was warm with memory. "And now I'll keep yours." They sat in silence, watching the children play. Mary Beth finally spoke again. "How are you feeling?" "Truly?" "Grateful," Nadine answered, "and afraid. And not as alone as I was. Also, I don't know that I can be a good mother. I've never done it." She lowered her voice. "I don't want to fail before I even begin." Mary Beth nodded. "All of those feelings are right. And you are not alone, Nadine, not in any way. You'll be the very best mother." "I'll have to be to make up for my child not having a father." Nadine put her hand to her forehead. "I'm scared." "Your child will have so much love, and maybe you'll marry again one day." Nadine smiled and didn't say anything, but she couldn't help but wonder why her life hadn't followed the normal pattern. All she ever wanted was to be like every other woman in her community. How wonderful it would be to get married, have children, and then to live with a husband until old age. Why couldn't she have that, a normal life? She wouldn't share her thoughts with her friend. It seemed selfish to find fault with anything in her life when God had given her such a miracle. When it was time to leave, they embraced, and Nadine felt strengthened by the shared knowledge, the silent understanding between them. The morning dawned clear and cool, frost glittering on the fields as Nadine stood at her kitchen window, one hand resting lightly on her still flat stomach. 2 days had passed since Rebecca had confirmed what still seemed impossible. After 7 childless years, she carried Eli's baby. The knowledge sat within her like a precious stone, too valuable to share carelessly, too heavy to carry alone. Today she had decided not to wait. She would tell Helgred today. She thought she owed her that much, and she was sure Helgred would keep it to herself for another month or so. Then the rest of Eli's family would learn of it. The thought tightened Nadine's throat as she prepared a simple breakfast. Of all the conversations that lay ahead, this one filled her with the most apprehension. Helgred's words still echoed in her mind. "It's a pity you couldn't give him children. Then we would have had something of him left." Now those words would need to be unmade, and Nadine wasn't certain whether the news would bring her sister-in-law joy or a more complicated emotion. As if summoned by Nadine's thoughts, a buggy appeared on the dirt road leading to the farm. Helgred, punctual as always, arriving for her self-appointed Friday morning visit to check on the widow's welfare. Nadine smoothed her apron with trembling hands and tucked a stray strand of hair beneath her cap. The news could wait until they had at least shared a cup of tea. But when Helgred entered, without knocking as usual, her sharp eyes immediately noted the change in Nadine's demeanour. "You look different," Helgred declared without preamble, unwrapping her heavy shawl. "Less pale, but somehow more unsettled." She hung her bonnet on the peg by the door, claiming the space with familiar authority. "Has something happened?" Nadine gestured toward the table where 2 cups waited. "Sit down, I'll make us some tea." Helgred complied, though impatience lined her face as Nadine poured the steaming liquid with deliberate care. The tick of the wooden clock marked the silence between them. "Helgred," Nadine began finally, setting the teapot down and meeting her sister-in-law's eyes, "I have news that may come as a surprise. It was certainly unexpected for me." Helgred leaned forward, her body tense with anticipation. "I'm with child," Nadine said simply. "Eli's child, of course. I just learned the news." Helgred's eyes widened in a rare display of genuine shock. For several heartbeats she remained perfectly still, as if the world itself had stopped turning. "With child," she repeated, her voice faint. "After all this time?" Nadine nodded, uncertain how to interpret Helgred's stunned expression. "Rebecca believes the baby will come in late May. This is..." She paused, struggling for words, an unusual state for a woman who typically spoke her mind without hesitation. "This is God's work." "Yes," Nadine agreed softly as she poured the tea. "A blessing I never expected." "A miracle," Helgred corrected, her composure returning rapidly. She reached across the table to grasp Nadine's hands, her grip almost painful in its intensity. "Eli's child, a part of him living on in this world." Her eyes glistened with sudden tears. "Have you told anyone else?" "Only Mary Beth. I wanted you to be the first family to know." Something in Helgred's expression softened at this acknowledgement of her place in Nadine's life. "Of course, She hesitated, a rare vulnerability crossing her features. "I'm grateful you shared this with me." For a moment, the 2 women sat in shared wonder at the life growing between them, a bridge across the chasm of their differences. Then Helgred straightened, her practical nature reasserting itself. "This changes everything," she declared. "You can't stay alone at this farm now." Nadine had anticipated this reaction, had prepared her gentle refusal during sleepless hours the night before. "I'll manage, Helgred. Women have babies without husbands every day." Not Amish women, Helgred countered sharply. Not my brother's widow. She rose, pacing the small kitchen with newfound energy. You'll need help, proper care, someone to manage the farm while you're confined. The bishop will agree that family must step in now. Helgred, Nadine said carefully, I appreciate your concern, but this is still my home, my life. I will raise Eli's child here, on the land he loved. Of course you'll stay here, Helgred agreed dismissively. I'll move in with you. The spare bedroom will suit me fine, and then I'll be here when the baby comes. Her tone left no room for debate. It was a decision already made. Nadine's protests died on her lips as Helgred continued, already planning the rearrangement of the household, the necessary preparations, the division of responsibilities. The familiar feeling of being swept along by Helgred's forceful current settled over Nadine, a complex mixture of gratitude for the offered support and frustration at having her autonomy quietly dismantled. We should tell the bishop today, Helgred said, glancing at the clock, and Eli's brothers, and my parents. They'll want to know immediately. Today? Nadine hadn't expected events to move so swiftly. No, it's too soon. There is a 3-month zone, and after that people can be told. This can't wait, Helgred insisted. A child changes everything, Nadine. The community needs to know so they can support you properly. People will need to keep helping with the farm. Before Nadine could frame another objection, Helgred rose from the chair. I'll speak to the bishop myself. He and his wife will want to visit you, of course, to offer guidance in this unusual situation. Helgred, please, Nadine rose, finding her voice at last. This is my news to share, when I'm ready. Helgred paused at the door, genuine confusion crossing her face. But I'm family. Eli's closest family. The baby's aunt. Her voice softened slightly. I only want what's best for Eli's child, Nadine. I know this is overwhelming and there's so much to think about, but surely you see that. Nadine sighed, knowing this battle was already lost. At least let me accompany you to the bishop's. We can share the news together. Helgred nodded, satisfied with this compromise. Get your shawl then. The morning's already half gone. Come along. Nadine retrieved her shawl, the weight of the morning settling on her shoulders heavier than the wool. She followed Helgred out the door, bracing herself for whatever came next. Chapter 6. For I know the thoughts that I think toward you, saith the Lord, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you an expected end. Jeremiah 29:11. By Sunday morning, the whispers had travelled through the community like wind through wheat. Nadine felt the weight of curious eyes as she entered the Byler's barn where service was held this week, Helgred close beside her, like a self-appointed guardian. Women exchanged knowing glances. Men seemed awkward. The bishop had received the news with appropriate solemnity, offering prayers and practical counsel, but it was Helgred who had spread the word with barely contained excitement, presenting Nadine's miracle as a blessing for the entire Yoder family rather than Nadine's private joy. In the space of 2 days, Nadine had watched her deeply personal news transform into shared knowledge. After the 3-hour service, women clustered around her, older matrons offering wisdom about remedies for morning sickness, mothers with young children promising hand-me-down baby clothes, unmarried girls watching with wide-eyed curiosity. God has blessed you despite your sorrow, Eliza Stoltzfus declared, patting Nadine's arm. Eli would be so pleased to know his line continues. You'll stay with Helgred until the birth, I assume? Asked another woman, glancing between Nadine and her sister-in-law. Before Nadine could respond, Helgred stepped forward. Nadine will remain at the farm. I'll be moving in to help prepare for the baby. The women nodded approvingly at this arrangement, as if it were the only sensible solution. Nadine smiled weakly, feeling her life being arranged around her like furniture in a room. "Nadine needs rest," Helgred announced after several more minutes of conversation. "We should return home." The community parted respectfully, allowing Helgred to guide Nadine toward the waiting buggy. As they moved away, Nadine caught sight of Ned Miller standing with a group of men near the barn entrance. His eyes met hers briefly. Helgred followed her gaze, her expression sharpening. "Ned Miller has been spending a lot of time at your farm this week. I saw him mending fences, but there was no need. My brothers would have got to them eventually." It wasn't a question but an observation laden with disapproval. Nadine kept her face carefully neutral as she climbed into the buggy. "Your brothers have already done a lot. When Ned offered, 'My brothers could handle such repairs,'" Helgred pointed out, taking up the reins. "It's not appropriate for a single man to spend so much time at a widow's property, especially now." She shot a glance at Nadine's midsection. "No, it's not like that. I didn't even see him when he was mending the fence." The buggy jerked forward, cutting off Nadine's response. She stared straight ahead, watching the familiar landscape pass. Ned's presence at the farm had been a quiet comfort during a tumultuous week. His steady work on the fence line progressing without unnecessary conversation. His respectful nods when their paths crossed. Unlike others in the community, he hadn't pressed for details about her condition or offered unsolicited advice. As if reading her thoughts, Helgred spoke again. "I mentioned to the bishop that Ned has been helping you. He agreed that Eli's brothers should take over any necessary farm work." Nadine turned to her in surprise. "You spoke to the bishop about Ned?" Helgred's profile remained impassive. "It's a matter of propriety, Nadine. Especially with a child coming. People talk." "There's nothing to talk about," Nadine protested. "Ned is simply being neighbourly." "Neighbourly," Helgred repeated, the word hanging between them like a question. "Perhaps. But there's history there, isn't there, before you married Eli?" The direct acknowledgement of what had always remained unspoken startled Nadine. "Oh," Nadine forced a laugh. "That was so long ago that I forgot about that. We were hardly more than children. Yet he returns to the community just as you become a widow and immediately finds reasons to spend time at your farm." Helgred's hands tightened on the reins. "People notice such things, Nadine. And now, with Eli's child to consider." "I hadn't thought," Nadine began, then stopped, uncertainty washing over her. Had there been impropriety in accepting Ned's help? Had she inadvertently given the community cause for gossip at a time when she most needed their support? "Of course you hadn't thought," Helgred said, her tone softening slightly. "You're grieving and expecting a child. You must be having so many feelings go around in your head. This is why you're not able to make proper decisions. This is why family must step in now." She paused, then added with unusual gentleness, "Your place is with Eli's family now, Nadine. For the baby's sake. If you ever want to get married again, maybe John or Matt would consider it. At least that way the baby will have a father." Nadine stopped breathing for a moment. Her brothers-in-law? Helgred glanced over at Nadine. "I could mention it, if you're open to it." Nadine couldn't imagine anything worse than being offered as if she were a burden that needed carrying. No, I mean, there's nothing wrong with either of them." Her mind hurried to try to stop this idea before it took wings. "But they're Eli's brothers, so they're like my brothers too." "I couldn't marry my brother. Do you know what I mean?" "I see. I can understand that. I'm only trying to help. They are both unmarried, so I thought I'd be solving two problems if you married one of them." Nadine had to bite her tongue. Her pregnancy was a blessing, not a problem to solve. Thank you. I'm grateful for your concern, but the baby and I will be just fine. I'll take the help offered, and as soon as I'm able, I'll take over the farm work myself. We'll see. I'm going to stop at home and get you some food I fixed for you yesterday. That's so kind. I have been tired lately. I do appreciate the help. After they picked up food from Helgred's house, they approached Nadine's farm. Ned was there working on a fence. As soon as Nadine saw him, she knew Helgred was going to say something about him working on a Sunday, Helgred's mouth tightening into a thin line. Wasn't he just at the meeting? He must have left pretty quick, and he's working on a Sunday? I don't believe it. I'll speak to him, she declared, guiding the buggy directly toward the field instead of the house. Helgred, don't. Please, just let it go, Nadine said, but the buggy was already turning. Ned straightened as they drew near, setting down his tools and nodding politely. Afternoon, he greeted them. I've nearly finished the repairs. Should hold through winter storms now. That's very kind of you, Ned Miller, but there's no need for you to continue. Eli's brothers will be taking over the farm maintenance from now on. Ned's eyes moved from Helgred to Nadine, seeking confirmation. Nadine felt awful. I'm so grateful, Ned. Thank you. Nadine is expecting Eli's child. The family will be providing all necessary support from now on. A flicker of surprise crossed Ned's features before his expression settled back into careful neutrality. I understand, he said quietly. That's wonderful news, Nadine. Truly a blessing. Thank you, Nadine managed, acutely aware of Helgred's watchful presence beside her. I'll just finish one more section, Ned said, gesturing to the half-completed fence post. Wouldn't be right to leave it unstable with winter coming. Helgred seemed about to object, but apparently thought better of it. That's sensible, she conceded. Seeing you are already working on a Sunday, what could a bit more work matter, right? Nadine's mouth opened, but no words came. The sting of Helgred's barb lingered in the air like smoke. Helgred quickly added, We appreciate your help up to this point. Ned turned back to his work. As Helgred guided the buggy toward the house, Nadine glanced back over her shoulder, watching Ned's tall figure grow smaller with distance. Chapter 7. But they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not faint. Isaiah 40:31. The first snow of November dusted the fields around Nadine's farm, transforming the landscape into a quiet blanket of white. From her chair by the kitchen window, Nadine watched the gentle flakes drift down, one hand resting on the slight swell that had begun to form beneath her apron. A few months along now, her condition was becoming visible, though her loose dresses still concealed the truth from those who didn't know. The kettle whistled on the stove, pulling Nadine from her thoughts. As she prepared her tea, her mind drifted back to her youth when she was close with Ned. You're not holding the basket right, Ned teased, reaching up to pluck another ripe apple from the tree. They'll bruise if you just toss them in like that. Nadine adjusted her grip on the woven basket. I've been picking apples since I could walk, Ned Miller. Don't tell me how to do it properly. Ned had grown tall over the summer, his shoulders broadening with farm work, his voice deepening to match the man he was becoming. Nadine found herself noticing these changes more than was proper, her eyes lingering on his hands as they carefully placed apples in her basket. The Yoders will need at least 3 more baskets for all the apple sauce they're planning, Nadine said, glancing toward the neighbouring farmhouse where Eli's mother was already preparing jars. And pie, Ned added. Don't forget, she promised you could make your mother's pie recipe. The mention of her mother brought a momentary shadow, the loss still fresh after 6 months. Ned seemed to sense the shift in her mood, his expression softening. I'm sorry, Nadine. I didn't mean to. It's all right, she interrupted, forcing brightness back into her voice. Mum would be glad to know her recipe will still fill someone's table. She always said sharing food was sharing love. They picked the apples in silence for a while, moving from tree to tree in the small orchard that separated the Miller and Yoder properties. As they walked back toward the Yoder house, laden with their harvest, their shoulders brushed once, twice. Not by accident, she thought, but not acknowledged either. Ned went home, and that evening, as she helped Helgred Yoder process the apples, Nadine caught Eli watching her from across the kitchen, his expression thoughtful, measured. His parents noticed too, exchanging meaningful glances with each other as Eli offered to carry the heavy pots for Nadine. Later that week, when she and Ned met by the fence that divided their properties, his expression was troubled. "I've been thinking," he said, his voice low even though no one was nearby, "about leaving." Leaving? The word felt like a stone dropping into still water. The district? Ned nodded, not quite meeting her eyes. "Maybe further. I don't know if this life, if I'm meant for it." The implication hung heavy between them. Rumspringa, the running around time when youth could explore the English world before committing to baptism. Some went only as far as neighbouring towns for movies or music. Others travelled further, tested deeper waters. "But your family is here," Nadine said, her voice small against the enormity of what he was suggesting. "Everything you know." "Not everything I want to know." His eyes finally met hers, questioning, inviting. The unspoken question terrified her. After losing her parents, the community had become her anchor, her safety. The Yoders had taken her in without hesitation, given her a place, purpose, belonging. The thought of leaving, of stepping into a world without those boundaries, sent panic fluttering in her chest. "The Yoders have been talking about my future," she said, instead of answering his implicit invitation. "Eli has been showing me extra attention." Ned's expression shifted, something shuttering behind his eyes. "I've noticed. They've been so good to me, Ned. They expect nothing in return, but you feel you owe them," he finished. It wasn't a question. Nadine looked down at her hands. "They're my security now. This community is my security." A knock at the door startled her from her thoughts. Setting aside her cup, Nadine rose to find Mary Beth on the porch, cheeks flushed from the cold, a covered basket on her arm. "I thought you might like some company," Mary Beth said, stepping inside and unwrapping her heavy shawl. "And fresh bread. Joseph helped knead it. He's becoming quite the baker." Nadine smiled, taking the basket and inhaling the comforting aroma. "You always know when to come, especially with bread. Let me make us some tea." They settled at the kitchen table. Mary Beth spoke of her children's antics, of preparations for the Christmas gathering, of small community happenings. But beneath her cheerful chatter, Nadine sensed her friend was watching her with careful consideration. "Helgred tells everyone who will listen about her plans to move in here," Mary Beth finally said, stirring honey into her tea. "She's already giving away some of her furniture to make room for what she'll bring here." Nadine sighed, gazing into her cup. "She's determined to take charge of everything, the baby, the farm, my life." "Then don't allow it," Mary Beth said. "What choice do I have? She's Eli's sister, the baby's aunt. The community expects family to step in." Mary Beth was quiet for a moment, then asked, "Is that what Eli would have wanted? For Helgred to control his child's upbringing? For you to live under her authority?" The question caught Nadine off guard. In truth, she and Eli had rarely spoken of such matters, their conversations tending toward practical concerns rather than deeper wishes or dreams. "I don't know," she admitted. "Eli was always private with his thoughts." "And your thoughts?" Mary Beth pressed. "What do you want for yourself and this child?" Nadine's hand moved instinctively to her growing belly. "Peace. A home where my baby feels loved and secure. The freedom to be a mother in my own way. She hesitated, then added more softly, "Not to be alone forever." "Well, I think that Helgred could see this child as hers." "What if the baby grows up thinking it has two mothers?" Nadine gasped. "I didn't think of that." "Do you really think it would be like that? We both know it. So there's another thing I want to talk with you about." "Go on." Mary Beth reached across the table, covering Nadine's hand with her own. "I've seen how Ned Miller looks at you after meetings," she said carefully. "And I remember how he looked at you before you married Eli." Heat rose to Nadine's cheeks. "That was long ago. We were hardly more than children." "Yet here you both are again. He is a widower, you a widow, paths crossing once more. Perhaps God has given you a second chance at both motherhood and love." "Love?" Nadine echoed, the word feeling strange on her lips. "I'm carrying Eli's child, Mary Beth. I can't think of myself right now. The community respects proper mourning, yes, but they also believe in God's plan unfolding in its own time. I'm not saying you should rush into anything, only that you shouldn't let Helgred decide your future out of some misplaced sense of obligation to Eli's memory." Nadine gazed out the window. The boundaries of her life had been drawn by others for so long, first by circumstance when her parents died, then by the Millers' well-meaning guidance toward Eli, now by Helgred's determined vision of what her life should be. "I don't even know if Ned thinks of me that way anymore," Nadine said quietly. Mary Beth's smile was knowing. "I've seen how his eyes follow you, Nadine. Some feelings don't change. They just wait for their proper time." She paused, her expression growing serious. "But whatever happens, or doesn't happen, with Ned, remember that this is your life, not Helgred's. You need to be the one making the decisions." The words settled over Nadine like a blessing, permission to consider possibilities beyond the narrow path Helgred had laid before her. "You're right. I've been carrying this sense of debt to Helgred's family for years, like I'm still trying to repay their kindness." "Well, don't." Nadine nodded. "I will talk with her." Chapter 8. For the Lord God is a sun and shield. The Lord will give grace and glory. No good thing will he withhold from them that walk uprightly. Psalm 84:11. Nadine had spoken with Helgred, but exhaustion and overwhelm had worn her down. She agreed to the plan. Helgred would move in, at least until the baby was born. The first week of December brought heavy snow that blanketed the countryside in white. Nadine stood at her bedroom window, watching as Helgred's buggy approached through the swirling flakes, laden with trunks and boxes. "This is still your home," she whispered to herself, a reminder and a promise. In the months since Eli's death, she had grown accustomed to solitude, to making decisions without consultation, to the quiet rhythm of days shaped by her own needs and preferences. All that was about to change. The sound of boots stomping on the porch roused Nadine from her thoughts. She turned from the window, smoothing her apron over the gentle swell of her growing child, and went to greet her sister-in-law. As she did so, Patch scampered into the kitchen and hid beneath the table. "Such weather!" Helgred exclaimed as she entered, shaking snow from her heavy wool cloak. Behind her, Eli's two brothers, Matthew and John, carried her largest trunk between them. "I was right to come today. By tomorrow the roads might be impassable." Nadine murmured agreement, helping Helgred take off her coat while the men brought in the remaining boxes. The small house suddenly felt crowded, Helgred's possessions creating obstacles everywhere. She asked the brothers to stay for refreshments, but they declined and, much like Patch, they beat a hasty retreat. "I've prepared your bedroom," Nadine said, gesturing toward the room. "The quilt is new. I finished it last week." Helgred nodded approvingly. "Very practical, though I've brought my own linens as well." She surveyed the main room with critical eyes. We'll need to rearrange some things to make space for my rocking chair and sewing table. They're coming next week." Nadine looked around the room, wondering where they would go. "Oh, wonderful. The organisation here never made much sense to me." Nadine swallowed her annoyance. It had made sense to her, and that had once been enough. "We can discuss it after you've settled in." "Would you like tea? The kettle has just boiled." By evening, Helgred had rearranged the kitchen shelves for efficiency, moved the furniture to make room for her rocking chair, and begun unpacking her quilting materials into the spare bedroom. Nadine retreated to bed early, the emotional strain of the day sinking into her bones like the cold. As she lay in the darkness, listening to Helgred moving about the house, her house, she placed both hands on her growing belly. "We'll find our way," she promised her child softly. "Somehow we'll find our way." A soft whimper at the window broke the silence. Patch. She opened it and he leapt inside, curling instantly on the rug like he too was seeking shelter from more than the cold. Nadine laughed quietly. It seemed they were both keeping away from Helgred. Chapter 9. Why art thou cast down, O my soul, and why art thou disquieted within me? Hope thou in God, for I shall yet praise him who is the health of my countenance, and my God. Psalm 42:11. 3 days after Helgred's arrival, Nadine stood at the kitchen window, kneading bread dough with more force than necessary, watching as Ned Miller's wagon approached through the fresh snow. Her heart quickened at the sight, a reaction she immediately tried to suppress. Now he came, bearing lumber, the wagon bed filled with carefully cut boards. The front porch had begun to sag dangerously with the weight of accumulated snow, a repair Nadine had mentioned to Mary Beth just last week. "Helgred," she called, wiping flour from her hands. "Ned Miller is here with lumber, for the porch, I believe." Helgred appeared from the small bedroom, her eyes narrowed as she looked out the window. "Did you ask him to come?" "No," Nadine replied truthfully, "but the porch does need repair before it collapses under the snow." Helgred set down the quilt with deliberate care. "I'll speak to him." "I can talk to him," Nadine offered, but Helgred was already moving toward the door. From the window, Nadine watched as Helgred met Ned in the yard. Ned stood respectfully beside his wagon, hat in hand despite the cold, nodding as Helgred spoke. After a brief exchange, he replaced his hat, climbed back onto the wagon seat, and with one last glance toward the house, he turned the horse and departed, the lumber still in the wagon bed. Helgred returned, brushing snow from her apron with the self-satisfaction of someone who believed she'd done the righteous thing. "I've sent him away. My brothers can see to the porch next week. Family should handle these things." Nadine stared at her, disbelief momentarily robbing her of speech. "I'm not fragile, Helgred." And Ned was hardly a visitor. He was coming to do a repair. "It's not appropriate," Helgred insisted, moving to the stove. "A single man at a widow's home. People talk, Nadine." Nadine turned back to her bread dough, working it with renewed vigour to channel her frustration. Helgred's presence in the house had become a constant weight, every decision scrutinised against some invisible standard of proper widowhood she apparently failed to meet. That evening, after Helgred had retired to her room, Nadine discovered the small wooden bird Eli had carved missing from her bedside table. She found it tucked away in a drawer, hidden beneath handkerchiefs as if it was something shameful. The small, silent theft of her space, done without permission, without even a word, brought unexpected tears to her eyes. The dog made noises at the window. They had a new arrangement. She left food by the back door, and each night Patch came to her window where she let him in to sleep beside her bed. It seemed Patch wanted to avoid Helgred, and Nadine couldn't blame him. Chapter 10. Now the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace in believing, that ye may abound in hope, through the power of the Holy Ghost. Romans 15:13. The following Sunday, as the community gathered for service at the Mast's barn, Nadine noticed the bishop watching her with particular attention. Helgred had insisted they arrive early, claiming the best seats would be necessary for Nadine's condition, though her pregnancy remained relatively easy to conceal beneath winter clothing. The true reason became apparent when the bishop approached them before the service began, his expression solemn. "Nadine," he greeted her with a gentle nod, "I trust you are well?" "Yes, thank you," Nadine replied, conscious of curious eyes watching their exchange. "Good, good." He hesitated, then continued with careful deliberation. "I received your sister-in-law's letter expressing concerns. Perhaps we might speak privately after the service." "Helgred wrote you a letter?" The bishop added, "Yes. About the matter of Ned Miller's attentions. Helgred thought it best to seek guidance before the situation progressed." Understanding hit like a sudden chill. Helgred had written to the bishop behind her back. The betrayal of confidence stung sharply. "Of course," Nadine managed, though her thoughts raced. What had Helgred claimed? That she'd invited Ned's visits? That she was encouraging something improper? What attentions had Ned supposedly shown beyond offering help with farm repairs? Throughout the 3-hour service, Nadine sat rigid beside Helgred, barely hearing the hymns or sermon. Across the barn, Ned sat with his elderly father, his eyes meeting hers once briefly before looking away, his expression carefully neutral. Had he also been approached by the bishop? Was he equally bewildered by these supposed concerns? After the final prayer, as the community began to disperse for the shared meal, the bishop beckoned Nadine to follow him to a small side room used for storage. Helgred rose to accompany them, but to Nadine's relief, the bishop gently indicated she should remain behind. "I believe Nadine and I can speak alone," he said, leaving Helgred behind. In the privacy of the storage room, surrounded by barrels of grain and preserved vegetables, the bishop began. Helgred's letter expressed worry about improper attention from Ned Miller. She mentioned frequent visits to your farm, offers of assistance that seemed excessive for mere neighbourliness. Nadine took a deep breath, steadying herself. "Bishop Troyer, Ned has visited my farm exactly twice since Eli's passing. Once to repair a broken fence at my request, and once 3 days ago to deliver lumber for my damaged porch. Helgred sent him away." She clasped her hands to keep them steady. "There has been nothing improper in his behaviour or mine." The bishop nodded thoughtfully. "I suspected as much. Helgred's concern, while well-intended, is overstated." His expression softened. "She worries for you, Nadine." "For Eli's child. Sometimes such concern can make a person see shadows where none exist." Nadine swallowed. Concern was one thing, control was another. "I understand her worry, but I'm not doing anything wrong." "Of course not," the bishop agreed. "You have always been a woman of proper behaviour, Nadine." "Your situation is unusual, a child coming after your husband's passing. But God's timing is not ours to question." "I've given that a lot of thought. I have so many questions about why this is happening," Nadine said. He paused, considering his next words carefully. "As for Ned Miller, I see no reason he cannot provide assistance with farm repairs as needed, especially with winter upon us. Neighbourly help is our way." "Thank you." The bishop's smile was kind, and he gave her a nod that felt like quiet reassurance. As they returned to the main barn, Nadine caught sight of Ned speaking with Mary Beth near the food tables. Helgred waited by the door, her expression a careful mask that didn't quite hide her impatience to know the outcome of the private discussion. Nadine approached her with a little more courage than she had previously. "The bishop sees nothing wrong with Ned Miller helping." "Really?" "Yes." Helgred's lips thinned, but she could hardly argue with the bishop's judgment. "We'll discuss this at home," was all she said. For the first time since Helgred moved in, Nadine felt something stir in her chest. Resolve, maybe, or the first flicker of freedom. As she followed Helgred toward the community meal, her eyes briefly met Ned's across the room. Chapter 11. Her children arise up and call her blessed, her husband also, and he praiseth her. Proverbs 31:28. 2 Sundays later, the community gathered at the Stoltzfus farm for service. Nadine felt the weight of curious eyes as she entered with Helgred, her pregnancy now impossible to hide in her winter dress. "Such a blessing," elderly Martha Lapp murmured as Nadine passed, "after so many childless years." "God's timing is not our own," another woman responded, her tone suggesting something between wonder and suspicion. Nadine kept her eyes lowered, moving to the women's section with Helgred close beside her. The bishop's wife approached, offering a better seat near the stove, for the mother-to-be, a small kindness that Nadine accepted gratefully. From this position she could see most of the gathered community, including Ned, seated again with his father across the room. He looked tired, she thought, noting the shadows beneath his eyes, the slight stoop to shoulders that usually stood straight and strong. Their gazes met briefly before both looked away. Throughout the 3-hour service, Nadine felt the community's collective attention shift repeatedly to her growing form, some looks conveying genuine happiness for the miracle of new life, others holding questions about the unusual timing of this blessing. At least that's what Nadine thought. After the final prayer, as the community began to arrange benches for the shared meal, Nadine made her way outside, needing a moment of air away from the press of concerned attention. "Nadine!" She turned to find Ned standing a respectful distance away. He looked uncertain, as if questioning the wisdom of approaching her even in this public setting. "Ned," she acknowledged quietly, "how have you been?" "Well enough." He shifted, glancing toward the barn where others were beginning to gather for the meal. "I heard the bishop visited you." Nadine nodded. He suggested boundaries that would avoid misunderstanding. Ned was silent for a moment, his breath forming small clouds in the cold air. "I've gathered some late vegetables from our storage cellar," he said finally. "Carrots, potatoes, some squash that keeps well through winter. Good for a mother-to-be." The thoughtfulness of the gesture touched Nadine deeply. "That's very kind, but," Ned interrupted gently, "I'll leave them on your porch later. No need for concern about appearances. I'll be gone before anyone sees me." Before Nadine could respond, Helgred appeared at the barn entrance, her expression sharpening when she spotted them together. "Nadine," she called, her voice carrying clearly across the yard. "Sally is asking for you." Ned stepped back immediately, replacing his hat. "I should go inside." "Ned," Nadine said quickly, before he could leave, "thank you for understanding." A smile touched his lips. "Some things are worth waiting for, Nadine Yoder." Her breath caught in her throat, but she said nothing as he walked away. He passed Helgred with a respectful nod that she returned stiffly. "What did he want?" Helgred demanded when Nadine rejoined her. "Just to wish me well," Nadine replied, the half-truth sitting uncomfortably on her tongue. "Nothing improper." "Well, the bishop's wife wants to talk with you. She has some baby clothing she thought you might use." "Oh, wonderful." After talking with Sally about the baby clothes she'd never used, and likely never would, Nadine gratefully accepted them. By the time they returned home that afternoon, a covered basket waited on the porch. When Nadine spotted a note among the vegetables, she thought quickly, "Oh, could you bring in the bag of baby clothes Sally gave me? I left them in the buggy." "Of course." When Helgred hurried off, Nadine carried the basket to the kitchen and quickly slipped the note into her pocket before Helgred could see it. Only later, alone in her bedroom, did she read the simple message written in Ned's neat handwriting. "They may speak louder, but I trust what God places quietly in the heart. Take care, Nadine." She tucked the note beneath her mattress, a small secret in a house where privacy had become precious and rare. That night, one hand on the gentle rise of her belly, Nadine lay in the hush of the house, her thoughts turning to the two people who claimed to care for her. Ned's quiet respect and Helgred's love laced with control. One offered freedom, the other order. Both cared, but only one gave her space to breathe. Both cared for her, yet their approaches could not have been more different. Chapter 12. Children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Honour thy father and mother, which is the first commandment with promise. Ephesians 6, 1-2. A gentle knock at the door broke the afternoon silence of Nadine's kitchen. Inside, Nadine stood at the table folding freshly laundered linens, while Helgred sat nearby, needle flashing steadily through the fabric of a baby quilt. When Nadine opened the door, she found Helgred and Eli's father, Nadine Yoder, stamping snow from his boots on the porch. His weathered face, so like an older version of Eli's, creased into a gentle smile when he saw her. "Nadine, I thought I might stop by while I was this way." "Come in," Nadine welcomed him, stepping back to allow her father-in-law entry. Patch ran in before Nadine closed the door, settling on the rug in front of the fire. "Come into the kitchen." "You've chosen a good day to visit. I baked a pie this morning." Helgred set aside her sewing, rising to greet her father with a dutiful kiss to his cheek. "You should have sent word you were coming, Dad. I would have prepared something special." Daniel shook his head. "No need for special treatment. Just wanted to see how you girls are managing with the winter setting in so hard." Soon they were seated at the table, steam rising from cups of hot tea, slices of pecan pie arranged on plates before them. "I've suggested Nadine might be more comfortable at our family home until after the birth. There's more room there and Mother could help with the preparations," Helgred said. "Well, that's up to Nadine," he turned to Helgred. "Betty Smucker sent a message asking for your help with her new pattern, said it can't wait until after Sunday service. Do you think you could go over there this afternoon?" "She asked for my help." "Yes." Helgred bounded to her feet. "Why didn't you say that as soon as you came in?" "Nadine, you'll be all right while I'm gone?" "Of course." After Helgred had departed, Daniel said, "She means well. Always has." Even as a child, Helgred believed she knew what was best for everyone around her. Ran her brothers' lives for them. "I know," Nadine acknowledged. "She loved Eli very much." "As did we all." Daniel set down his cup. "But loving someone doesn't always mean knowing what's in their heart." Something in his tone, in the careful way he chose his words, caught Nadine's attention. "Daniel, is there something you wanted to speak to me about?" The older man nodded. "I've been carrying something since Eli passed, something that perhaps I should have shared sooner. But these things, they're not easy to speak of." Nadine felt a flutter of apprehension. "What things?" Daniel looked down at his hands, then back to Nadine's face. "Eli talked with me a few weeks before he left us. Said some things were troubling him." Nadine's breath caught. In 7 years of marriage, Eli had rarely spoken of things that troubled him, even to her, especially to her. "He spoke of your marriage," Daniel continued gently, "of his concerns that he hadn't been the husband you needed." A wave of guilt washed over Nadine. Had her dissatisfaction been so obvious that Eli had felt driven to confide in his father? "I tried to be a good wife," she whispered. "He never questioned that," Daniel assured her quickly. "Not once. That wasn't what troubled him." He paused, seeming to search for the right words. Eli was concerned that he couldn't make you happy, that something was missing between you that he didn't know how to provide. Nadine's eyes filled with tears, memories of quiet evenings spent in separate silences, of conversations that never reached beyond daily practicalities, of a marriage built on respect and duty rather than the deeper connection she had secretly yearned for. He blamed himself, Daniel continued, said he knew from the beginning that he was too quiet, too set in his ways, that perhaps he should have waited, should have let you find someone more suited to your spirit. Nadine wiped away a tear. He never said anything to me. That was Eli's way, Daniel replied with a sad smile, to bear his concerns alone, to try to solve problems without burdening others. Nadine couldn't speak, her throat tight with emotion. All the careful walls she had built around her heart, the practiced acceptance of her marriage as it was rather than as she had once dreamed it might be, seemed to crumble beneath the weight of Daniel's gentle revelations. "I'm not telling you this to cause you pain," Daniel said softly, "but because Eli asked me to, should anything ever happen to him. He made me promise." "Why would he ask such a thing?" Nadine managed, wiping away tears. "Because in that last conversation he told me something else." Daniel's eyes held a gentle compassion. "He said that if anything should happen to him, I should tell you that he wanted you to find happiness with someone else." Nadine stared at her father-in-law, disbelief mingling with a deeper shock. "He said that? Eli said that?" Daniel nodded. He did. "I told him not to talk foolishness, that he was young and strong and would live to see grandchildren. But he was insistent that I agree to say it." His voice grew thick with emotion, almost as if he sensed his time might be shorter than we knew. "But that's not possible," Nadine protested. "No one could have known the accident would happen." "Perhaps not," Daniel agreed, "but sometimes the heart knows things the mind cannot explain." He reached into his coat pocket to remove a small wooden object. "He also asked me to give you this, if the time ever came." He placed the item on the table between them, another carved bird, similar to the one Nadine had found among Eli's possessions, but different in subtle ways. Where the first bird had been perched as if about to take flight, this one's wings were fully extended in soaring freedom. "He made this the week before he died," Daniel explained. "Said it was a companion to the one he'd made years ago. That bird was about possibility, he told me. This one is about freedom." Nadine picked up the carving with trembling fingers, turning it in the afternoon light that streamed through the window. The craftsmanship was exquisite, each feather delicately rendered, the sense of movement so vivid she could almost feel the wind beneath its wings. "I didn't know," she whispered, the words encompassing everything: Eli's awareness of her unhappiness, his secret talent for carving, his wish for her happiness, even if it meant a future without him. "I never knew that he could carve wood so beautifully. I never knew what was in his heart." "I know," Daniel said gently, "and he blamed himself for it, not you. Said he should have found ways to speak what lay deepest within him, instead of hoping you would somehow understand his silence." A dam broke within Nadine then, grief washing through her with a force she had never allowed herself to feel since Eli's death. Not the careful, appropriate mourning of a proper Amish widow, but the raw, complex sorrow of recognising what had been lost, and what had never truly existed between them despite years of marriage. Maybe they could have truly loved each other if they'd been more open. "I did care for him," she said through her tears. "I respected him. I was grateful for his kindness." "He knew that too," Daniel assured her, "and he valued the life you built together. But in the end, he wanted more for you than gratitude and respect." His aged eyes held a profound understanding. "He wanted love for you, Nadine. The kind of love that lights up the face when the other person enters a room. That's what he said. Nadine looked down at the carved bird still clutched in her hand. Helgred doesn't know about this conversation? About what Eli said? Daniel shook his head. No, it doesn't concern her. What do I do now? Nadine asked, the question encompassing far more than the immediate future. Daniel's weathered face creased in a sad smile. You live, Nadine. You raise Eli's child with love and honesty, and when the time is right, you allow yourself the freedom he wished for you. He touched the carved bird gently. The freedom to find joy, perhaps even to love again, knowing that Eli would want that for you. Nadine's hand moved to her swollen belly, feeling the child stir within. I will tell our baby about his, or her, father, about his kindness, his quiet strength, his hidden talents. And I will help you. We all will, in our own ways, even Helgred, though she may not understand at first. He glanced toward the window. She'll be returning soon. If you want to keep this conversation between us for now. Yes, Nadine decided. I think that would be best. Helgred believes she's protecting Eli's memory. She wouldn't understand that he wanted something different for me than what she thinks. Daniel nodded, rising from his chair. I'll speak with Helgred about you staying here rather than moving to our home. She listens to me still, most times. As he moved toward the door, Nadine called after him. Daniel? When he turned, she asked the question that had been forming in her mind. Did Eli know? About the baby, do you think? Had he guessed somehow? A shadow crossed Daniel's face. No, he said gently. That blessing came after. But we all know he hoped for it. After the house had fallen quiet, Nadine reached into the drawer and retrieved Eli's carved bird. She held it gently, tracing the delicate feathers with her thumb. One day, she whispered, I'll tell you about the man who carved this, about the quiet strength in his hands and the goodness in his heart. She pictured placing the bird on a small shelf above the cradle, where her child could see it, reach for it, and someday understand. It wasn't much, but it was something of him, and it would be enough. Chapter 13. Lo, children are an heritage of the Lord, and the fruit of the womb is his reward. Psalm 127, verse 3. January brought bitter cold to the valley, snow piling against the farmhouse walls as if trying to bury the tensions that had been building inside. Nadine stood at the kitchen window watching ice crystals form intricate patterns on the glass, her breath creating momentary clouds of warmth that quickly dissipated. Nadine's body had transformed dramatically, the roundness of her belly now impossible to disguise, even beneath the loose dresses Helgred insisted were more appropriate for her condition. Behind her, Helgred moved about the kitchen preparing the evening meal, while maintaining a running commentary on the latest community news. Mary Lapp says her cousin had a widow in their district who tried to manage alone after her husband passed, Helgred was saying, her knife rhythmically chopping carrots. Poor woman couldn't handle the farm and the baby both. Ended up having to sell everything and move in with relatives. It would have been far easier for her to do that much sooner. It was the third such story Helgred had shared that week, each one reinforcing her ongoing campaign to convince Nadine to give up the farm. If not now, then certainly after the baby arrived. The implication was always the same. A woman alone couldn't possibly manage, and stubbornness would only lead to inevitable failure. Nadine had listened patiently, had nodded at appropriate intervals, had allowed Helgred's certainty to wash over her without resistance. But today, with the memory of Daniel's visit fresh in her mind, and Eli's carved birds watching over her from the bedroom, something shifted. "Helgred," she said quietly, turning from the window, "we need to talk." Helgred glanced up from her chopping. "About what?" "If it's the garden planning, I've already decided which sections need to be expanded for the baby's first year, if you stay here. We'll need extra, not about the garden, about this house, about the future, about your plans for me and my child." Helgred set down her knife, wiping her hands methodically on her apron. "Our plans, you mean? For Eli's child?" "No," Nadine said firmly. "My plans for my child. I appreciate your help these past months, Helgred, truly, but I've made my decision. I will not be selling this farm or moving to your parents' home now or even after the baby arrives." Helgred's expression hardened. "You can't possibly manage alone. A new mother, a farm this size? It's not practical, Nadine. I've been hoping you'd see that way before now." "I won't be alone," Nadine countered. "The community will help as they always do. I can hire additional help when needed." "With what money?" Helgred asked sharply. "Eli left you comfortable, but not wealthy. Every penny spent on hired help is one less for you and the child." "I've thought of that," Nadine replied, having anticipated this argument. "I'll sell the back parcel, the 10 acres by the creek. It's good land, and the Stoltzfus family has already expressed interest. That will provide enough to hire help for 2 years at least, by which time I'll have established a routine." Helgred stared at her in disbelief. "Sell Yoder land? Land that's been in our family for generations. Land that should go to his child or back to our family." "There will still be 80 acres, more than enough for one family to farm." Helgred's hands gripped the edge of the table. "I won't allow it. As Eli's sister, as the baby's aunt." "You are not the decision maker here, Helgred. This is my home, the home Eli built for me, for our family. I value your help, your concern, but the final decisions are mine to make." Helgred drew herself up, her face flushing with indignation. "I've given up months of my life to come here, to ensure Eli's child would be raised properly, in keeping with his wishes." "Have you?" Nadine asked, gentler now. "I know you mean well, but sometimes I feel like you are running my life for me." Something in Helgred's expression shifted. "You don't understand. My parents are aging. Our brothers remain unmarried. I'm unmarried and never likely to marry at my age. This baby is the future of the whole family." "I do understand," Nadine replied, moving closer. "You're afraid of losing your last connection to him." Helgred turned away sharply. "He was my little brother," Helgred finally said, her back still turned. "I helped raise him after our mother fell ill that winter. I taught him to read, to write his letters. I made sure he had everything he needed." Her shoulders trembled slightly. "And then he was gone. Just gone. No goodbye, no chance to tell him—" She broke off, one hand rising to cover her mouth. Nadine's heart softened in understanding. Behind Helgred's controlling behaviour, her insistence on directing Nadine's life, lay a grief as deep as any. The loss of a beloved brother she had helped raise, whose life had been central to her own identity for so long. "Helgred," Nadine said gently, "turn around. Please." Slowly, Helgred complied, her usually composed face now streaked with tears she was trying to hide. "You will always be this child's aunt," Nadine promised, resting one hand on her rounded belly. "This child will still be the future of the family, but please allow me to be the mother." Helgred's eyes dropped to Nadine's hand on her stomach. "I just wanted to make sure. to be certain that some part of him lived on the way he would have wanted. "And it will," Nadine assured her. "But Eli wouldn't want you to set aside your own life to manage mine. He wouldn't want either of us living in the shadow of his memory, unable to find our own way forward." Helgred wiped at her tears with the corner of her apron. "I don't know how to do this. How to be connected to his child without saying what I believe to be right. We'll learn together. I need your knowledge, Helgred, your understanding of so many things I never learned growing up. But I need it offered, not imposed." Helgred nodded slowly, visibly struggling to accept this new paradigm. "And you truly won't consider moving home with me after the child comes, even temporarily?" "No, I need independence as an adult, as a mother." For a long moment, Helgred was silent. "Very well. If you insist on staying, then we'll need to be practical about arrangements. The back bedroom is too small for a proper nursery. We should move my sewing table to make space for a cradle by the main fireplace where it's warmest." Nadine had to smile at Helgred's immediate pivot to practical matters, the familiar territory of household management where she felt most comfortable. "We can discuss all of that after the baby arrives." Helgred nodded once, then turned back to her abandoned cooking preparations. "The stew will be ruined if I don't finish these carrots." Nadine understood this retreat to practical tasks for what it was, not dismissal, but Helgred's way of processing things. Chapter 14. "Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity." Psalm 133, verse 1. February arrived with a brief thaw, the unusually mild weather providing a much-needed opportunity for the community to gather for a barn raising at the Byler farm. Their old structure had partially collapsed under January's heavy snows, and with calving season approaching, a new barn had become an urgent necessity. Nadine stood in the Byler's kitchen alongside the other women of the district, fixing the food while watching through the window as men worked in coordinated harmony, the skeleton of the new barn already taking shape against the pale winter sky. Her pregnancy had advanced to 24 weeks, her rounded belly now a proud announcement of the life within, drawing approving glances from the older women who worked beside her. "You're carrying high," observed Martha Lapp, her gnarled hands expertly crimping pie crust. "That means a boy, mark my words." "Nonsense," countered Emma Stoltzfus from the stove where she stirred an enormous pot of stew. "My Ruthie carried just like that with all 3 of her girls. It's the shape that matters, not the height." Nadine smiled at the familiar debate, one that had continued throughout her pregnancy as the community women offered predictions and advice with equal certainty. These gatherings, where women prepared food to sustain the men's labour, had always provided a comfortable rhythm to community life. But today, Nadine found herself distracted, her eyes repeatedly drawn to the distant figure of Ned Miller working alongside the other men. "Your sister-in-law seems to be adjusting," remarked Mary Beth quietly as she worked beside Nadine. She nodded toward Helgred, who was organising serving tables with her usual efficiency, directing younger women with more suggestion than command, a subtle but significant shift in her approach. "We've reached an understanding. She still believes she knows best about most things, but she's learning to offer rather than impose." Mary Beth smiled. "A miracle nearly as remarkable as the one you're carrying." Their conversation was interrupted by the dinner bell, signalling the midday meal. The women quickly arranged the food on long tables set up in the baler's yard, where hungry workers soon gathered. Nadine found herself serving bread near the end of the line, her position allowing her to observe the men as they filled their plates. Ned waited his turn patiently, speaking easily with those around him, yet somehow separate, a quietness about him that reminded her of Eli, though different in quality. When he reached her place at the table, he nodded respectfully. his eyes briefly meeting hers before dropping to the basket of bread she offered. "How are you feeling, Nadine?" he asked, his voice pitched for her ears alone despite the crowd around them. "Well enough," she replied, surprised by the simple pleasure of hearing him speak her name. "The baby is active now, especially in the evenings." A small smile touched Ned's features. "That's good to hear." He hesitated, then added, "The barn frame is coming along faster than expected. The balers will have shelter for their new calves in time." "I'm glad," she replied simply. "The community always comes together when needed." Ned nodded, accepting the bread she handed him. Their fingers brushed briefly in the exchange, a momentary contact that should have meant nothing, yet somehow carried weight. He moved on to the next table, leaving Nadine with the lingering warmth of that small connection. As the meal progressed, Nadine found a place to sit with Mary Beth and her children, who had come to help despite their young ages. Helgred remained occupied at the far end of the yard, deep in conversation with Sally, the bishop's wife, a development that allowed Nadine a rare moment without her sister-in-law's watchful presence. After eating, Nadine carried empty platters back to the baler's kitchen. Taking the longer path around the partially constructed barn, she paused in its shadow, grateful for a moment of solitude amid the community gathering. "I didn't think you'd be here today," a voice said from nearby. Nadine turned to find Ned standing a few feet away. Helgred was reluctant, Nadine admitted. She thought it might be too strenuous in my condition. But I needed to be among people. "I can understand that." Nadine summoned the courage to ask a difficult question. "I'm sorry about your wife." "We've never talked about her." He gave a nod. "Thank you." "Can I ask how long the grieving took?" "It's a bit of a blur. Couldn't think straight for months. I coped by putting her out of my mind as much as I could. That's probably wrong, but that's what worked." Ned moved to lean against the partial barn wall, a respectful distance maintained between them. "I met Miriam during my rumspringer. I had gone to Philadelphia to work with an English carpenter who needed help. I wanted to learn different techniques than we use here." His expression softened with memory. She was the carpenter's daughter. Educated, opinionated, full of ideas about the world. Everything I wasn't. Nadine could imagine the young Ned encountering a world so different from the structured simplicity of Amish life. "You fell in love," she said. Not a question, but an acknowledgement. "Completely," Ned confirmed. "At first, I thought I would stay in the English world, become baptized in her church, live the life she knew. But as time passed, she saw how I struggled there, how the noise and pace wore on me." He shook his head, remembering. "She was the one who suggested we return here instead." "She was willing to become Amish?" Nadine asked, surprised. Such conversions were rare, the adjustment from modern life to plain ways often proving too difficult. Ned nodded. "She said she loved me more than electricity and cars, that the peace she felt when visiting here was worth the sacrifices." A shadow crossed his face. "The community we joined up north accepted her, cautiously at first, but her sincerity won them over. She learned quickly, adapted to our ways with more grace than I ever expected." "What happened, if you don't mind me asking?" Ned's eyes grew distant with memory. "Pneumonia. The winter after we married. It came on suddenly, seemed like a simple cold at first. By the time we realised how serious..." He drew a deep breath. "The community wanted to take her to the hospital, made it clear there would be no judgment for seeking English medicine. But Miriam refused at first, but she finally agreed, and then it was too late." "You honoured her choice," Nadine said quietly. "Yes," Ned replied. "Though sometimes, in the darkest moments after, I wondered if I should have just taken her to the hospital, even if it was against her will. Nadine understood this questioning all too well. The second guessing that came with grief, the endless revisiting of moments that might have changed everything. We can never know what might have been, she said, only what was and what is now. Ned studied her face, recognition dawning in his eyes. You understand. Different circumstances, Nadine acknowledged, but yes, I understand questioning the past, wondering if different choices might have led elsewhere. A companionable silence settled between them, comfortable in a way that surprised Nadine. After a moment, Ned continued his story. After Miriam died, I couldn't stay there. Everything reminded me of her, of the future we'd planned. I went to my uncle's community in Indiana, lived there for nearly 7 years, his expression softened. Learned to live with the grief, to carry it without being consumed by it. What brought you back? Nadine asked, though she suspected she knew the answer. My parents' health began to fail. The farm needed attention. It was time to return home. Ned straightened, replacing his hat as voices approached from around the barn. And perhaps I needed to face what I had left behind, not just memories of Miriam, but of everything that came before. The implication hung silently between them, that his return had brought him face to face not only with memories of his late wife, but with Nadine herself, with possibilities that had once existed between them in their youth. Before Nadine could respond, 2 young boys raced around the corner of the barn, stopping short when they saw the adults. Mr. Miller, the older one called excitedly. Father says they're ready to raise the centre beam. They need all hands. Ned nodded to the boy. Tell them I'm coming. As the children ran back toward the main activity, he turned once more to Nadine. Thank you for listening. Few people ask about Miriam. Thank you for telling me about her, Nadine replied. Ned's eyes held hers for a moment longer before he turned and headed back to help the men. Nadine watched him go, aware that something significant had shifted between them. As she made her way back to the yard with her empty platters, Nadine caught sight of Helgred standing near the kitchen door, her sharp eyes tracking Nadine's return from the barn area. Nadine approached her directly, unwilling to act as if she had something to hide. The men are preparing to raise the centre beam, she reported calmly. It should be quite a sight. Then we should watch. Eli always said that moment when the community lifted the heaviest piece together was what made a barn truly strong. The mention of Eli, delivered without the usual weight of unspoken accusation, felt like another small step forward in their relationship. Together, they moved toward the gathering crowd, watching as men positioned themselves around the massive beam, Ned among them, his strength and focus evident even at a distance. 1, 2, 3, the lead carpenter called, and as one, the men lifted, muscles straining, voices joining in a grunt of shared effort. The beam rose slowly, steadily, each man supporting his portion, making possible together what would have been impossible alone. As Nadine watched, one hand resting on her growing child, she found herself thinking of Ned's past, of the weight he had carried alone for so long, of the burdens she too had borne in silence during her marriage to Eli, of how sharing those burdens, even briefly, had somehow lightened them. The confrontation Nadine had expected didn't come. Instead, Helgred simply said, "The community provides what we need when we need it most." Eli believed that strongly. Yes, in many different ways. The barn was taking shape, a new structure rising from the ruins of the old, stronger perhaps for the destruction that had preceded it. Not unlike grief itself, Nadine thought. Not unlike the cautious reconstruction of a life after loss, creating something new that honoured what had come before, while making space for what might yet be. Chapter 15. And if it seem evil unto you to serve the Lord, choose you this day whom you will serve. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. Joshua 24:15. It was late in May as Nadine stood watching the farm's outbuildings. At not far from full term, her body had grown considerably heavier. The animals are secure, Helgred announced as she entered through the back door. Nadine nodded, one hand absently rubbing the small of her back, where a dull ache had been troubling her since morning. Helgred hung her shawl. She was still prone to offering unsolicited advice, but more careful now about overstepping boundaries. You should rest, Helgred observed, moving to the stove where a pot of stew simmered. You've been on your feet since dawn. I will, Nadine agreed, the ache in her back sharpening unexpectedly, causing her to wince. What is it? Helgred asked, setting down the ladle she had just picked up. Nothing to worry about. Rebecca warned me the final weeks bring new challenges as the baby settles into position. Sit, at least. I'll bring you tea with the honey and ginger. Good for the back, my mother always says. Nadine settled into the rocking chair beside the hearth. We're fortunate to have everything prepared for the baby's arrival, Helgred remarked as she brought Nadine the promised tea. The cradle looks perfect in your bedroom. Nadine nodded, sipping the hot liquid gratefully. As evening descended, Nadine and Helgred shared a simple meal of stew and bread, but Nadine couldn't manage to eat much. After supper, Nadine rose to help clear the table, but stopped abruptly as a sharp pain lanced through her abdomen. Unlike the dull backache that had troubled her all day, this was sudden and intense, causing her to grip the table's edge for support.
Nadine!
Helgred was immediately at her side, one arm supporting her elbow. What is it? I don't know, Nadine managed, breathing carefully as the pain subsided. A cramp, perhaps. It's past now. Helgred's expression tightened with concern. Sit down. Nadine complied, lowering herself carefully back into her chair. The pain had eased, leaving only the familiar dull ache in her back. It's nothing, Helgred, just the baby shifting. At full term, these could be the first signs of labour, especially with your first child. Before Nadine could respond, another pain gripped her, this one stronger and more defined. She gasped, one hand flying to her swollen belly as her face paled in the lamplight. That's not normal movement, Helgred stated flatly, her earlier concern transforming to alertness. How long have you been feeling these pains? Just since now, Nadine insisted through clenched teeth, though my back has ached all day. Helgred's lips pressed into a thin line as she calculated. These pains could be labour starting. You think so? The baby is right on time. Babies come when they're ready. Helgred moved swiftly around the kitchen, gathering clean linens and heating water on the stove. We should send for Rebecca right away. Yes, if you think so. She promised to come whenever needed, day or night. Helgred nodded decisively and headed out to make the call from the phone in the barn. For the next hour, Nadine alternated between pacing slowly around the kitchen when the pain allowed and sitting to rest when it grew too intense. Helgred worked efficiently, preparing everything they might need. The pains are coming more regularly, Helgred observed, after timing several contractions with a small clock. Every 8 minutes now. It means this is indeed labour, Helgred confirmed. Another contraction gripped Nadine, drawing a low moan from her throat. When it passed, she met Helgred's eyes with new determination. I should lie down, I think. Yes, Helgred agreed, helping Nadine to the bedroom that had once been hers and Eli's, now prepared for the arrival of their child. Rest between the pains. Save your strength for what's to come. Nadine had just settled onto the bed when they heard the front door open and close, followed by Rebecca's familiar voice calling out a greeting. We're in here, Helgred called back. Rebecca entered the bedroom, her calm, capable presence immediately filling the space. Though not much older than Helgred, she had assisted at countless births throughout the community, earning a reputation for steady competence and gentle care. "Well now," she said warmly, setting down her bag of supplies and moving to Nadine's side. "Let's see how things are progressing, shall we?" After a few moments, she said, "The baby is in a perfect position. And you're already well along, Nadine. This little one seems eager to join us." Nadine smiled weakly through another contraction. "Not too eager, I hope." "Right on time," Rebecca assured her. "Your body knows exactly what to do." The hours that followed passed in an intensifying rhythm of contractions, each wave building upon the last as Nadine's body worked to bring her child into the world. Rebecca and Helgred worked in tandem, their movements coordinated and efficient, offering encouragement and support as Nadine laboured. "You're doing wonderfully," Rebecca assured her as midnight approached. "The baby will be here soon." And indeed, as the household clock struck 12, marking the transition to a new day, Nadine felt an overwhelming pressure and urge to push. "The baby's coming," she gasped between rapid breaths. "I need to push." Rebecca checked quickly and nodded. "Yes, the head is right there. With the next contraction, push down with all your strength." Helgred moved to support Nadine's shoulders while Rebecca positioned herself to receive the child. The next contraction built rapidly, and Nadine bore down with a primal strength that surprised even herself. "Good," Rebecca encouraged. "I can see the head crowning. Rest a moment, then push again with the next one." 3 more powerful contractions brought the child fully into the world, a robust cry filling the room as Rebecca caught the newborn and quickly cleared its airways. "A boy," she announced, her voice warm with joy as she laid the red-faced, crying infant on Nadine's chest. "Healthy and strong." Helgred helped wrap the newborn in the soft blanket they had prepared. "Eli's son," she whispered, a catch in her voice. "He has his father's chin." Nadine reached for her child with trembling arms, tears flowing freely as she beheld the miracle she and Eli had created. Perfect in every way, alive and vigorous with every breath. "Hello, little one," she murmured, drawing him close to her heart. "Welcome to the world." The hours that followed passed in a blur of exhausted joy as Rebecca and Helgred tended to both mother and child. Nadine couldn't take her eyes off the tiny miracle in her arms. As dawn approached, Rebecca, having completed her work ensuring both mother and baby were stable, prepared to leave. "I'll return this afternoon to check on you both," she promised. "Everything looks perfectly normal. He's a fine, strong boy." Helgred saw Rebecca to the door, thanking her for coming so promptly. When she returned to the bedroom, she found Nadine gazing in wonder at her sleeping son. "He's beautiful. What will you name him?" Nadine looked up, meeting Helgred's eyes with a peaceful smile. "Elijah," she said simply. "And we'll call him Eli, after his father." Helgred nodded. Eli would be so pleased. He always wanted a son. "Now, you should get some sleep while the baby is sleeping." "I will. I hardly slept last night." Before she left the room, Helgred moved over and closed the curtains further along to shut out any light. Chapter 16. Now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Hebrews 11:1. Rebecca arrived just after noon the day following the birth, exactly as she had promised. Rebecca handed Helgred a small packet of herbs. "Steep these for tea twice daily. They'll help Nadine's milk come in strong. I'll return in 3 days to check their progress." She paused, her expression gentling as she regarded the infant. "He's a beautiful boy, this little Elijah Yoder." Nadine looked down at her son, his small face peaceful in sleep. "Elijah Daniel Yoder," she elaborated softly. She glanced at Helgred, including her in this important decision. after his father and grandfather, if that seems fitting. Helgred's composure faltered momentarily, emotion washing across her features. Eli would be honoured, she managed, her voice uncharacteristically thick, as my father will be. Ned, true to his word, arrived each morning at dawn and departed at dusk, tending to the farm's needs with quiet efficiency. From her bedroom window, Nadine could observe the barnyard where Ned chopped wood, repaired fencing, and cared for the animals. Helgred would emerge periodically with coffee or food, their exchanges brief, their bodies maintaining proper distance. Yet, as days passed, something subtle began to shift. On the 4th day after the birth, Nadine noticed Helgred standing longer in the barnyard, apparently discussing something with Ned as he repaired a section of fence. Ned gestured toward the chicken coop, and Helgred nodded, her usual rigid posture relaxed slightly as she pointed toward the house, perhaps explaining something about their needs. Later that afternoon, with the house finally quiet and little Eli fed and sleeping soundly, Nadine made her way carefully to the front door. The air was cool, and from the porch she spotted Ned stacking wood by the fence line. She raised her voice just enough to carry, "Ned, come see the baby." He looked up quickly, brushing his hands on his trousers as he approached the porch at a jog. Nadine tilted the baby just enough for him to peek at the bundle in her arms. "Meet Elijah Daniel Yoder," she said softly. Ned's eyes went wide and a slow smile tugged at his mouth. "He's a fine-looking boy," he said, keeping a respectful distance but leaning forward to get a better look. "Looks peaceful. Strong, too." "He is," Nadine said, glancing down at the sleeping infant. "So far, anyway." Ned chuckled under his breath. "I heard he has blue eyes, just like his mother." Nadine nodded. "Yes, but a lot of babies are born with blue eyes and then the colour changes. So I'm not sure what they'll be in a few months. Would you like to hold him?" Ned blinked, taken aback. "He's so small, I'd be afraid I'd drop him." Then he looked down at his clothes. "And my clothes are way too dirty." "Another time then." "Thank you for everything, truly. I don't know what I'd have done without your help." He gave a small shrug. "I'm glad to be of use." "I'll get back to the fence." He leaned a little closer to Eli. "I'll see you later." Nadine watched him go, then looked down at Eli. Later that day, when Helgred brought fresh tea and toast to Nadine, Nadine said, "You've changed with Ned." "We found a way to work together," she acknowledged carefully, "for the farm's sake. For yours and the baby's." "Is that all?" Nadine pressed gently. Helgred smoothed her apron, not meeting Nadine's eyes. "He's not what I expected. There's more to him than I gave credit for. He spoke of his late wife, Miriam, yesterday, of losing her. I hadn't considered—" She paused, searching for words. "I hadn't considered that he might understand loss as deeply as I do." "As we do. He's always here, helping. He makes my brothers look lazy. They said they'd help, but they're never around." "It's okay. I'm sure they're busy with other things. Ned's been telling me about his years in Indiana," she said, changing the subject slightly. "His uncle's community there is considering new farming techniques that might work well here, particularly for the lower field that always floods in spring. I'd be willing to try it if it makes the land more useful." "He mentioned that the lower field might be suitable for strawberries," Helgred remarked as she gently wiped the baby's tiny form with a warm cloth. "They bring good prices at market and wouldn't be affected by the spring flooding like grain crops." "That's a good idea, though it would require additional work to establish the beds. Ned says his cousins in Indiana might come to help with the spring planting," Helgred continued, carefully drying Eli's miniature fingers, "if we decided to try it. They've had success with several varieties that tolerate our climate." The casual "we" did not escape Nadine's notice, a subtle but significant shift from Helgred's previous insistence on decisions being made solely within Eli's family. Chapter 17. But without faith it is impossible to please him. For he that cometh to God must believe that he is, and that he is a rewarder of them that diligently seek him. Hebrews 11:6. At 6 weeks old, Eli had gained weight steadily and showed remarkable alertness. His tiny features had begun to fill out, revealing a distinct resemblance to his father in the shape of his chin and brow. Helgred frequently remarked on these similarities. On this particular morning, Nadine sat in the rocking chair by the kitchen window, nursing Eli while watching Ned and Helgred examine the lower field. Their heads were bent together over what appeared to be a roughly drawn map, Helgred pointing while Ned nodded, their conversation too distant to hear, but their comfortable interaction visible even from afar. A knock at the door interrupted Nadine's observations. Adjusting her dress as Eli finished nursing, she called, "Come in," expecting perhaps Rebecca for her weekly check on the baby's progress. Instead, Mary Beth entered, her welcoming smile broadening at the sight of mother and child in the morning light. "You're looking well, Nadine," she greeted, setting a basket of fresh bread on the table. "Both of you." "It's good to see you," Nadine replied warmly, shifting Eli to her shoulder to pat his back. "Helgred and Ned are checking the lower field for the strawberry project. They should return soon if you'd like to wait." Mary Beth's eyebrows rose slightly at the casual mention of Ned and Helgred working together, but she made no comment beyond, "The strawberries sound promising." Helgred mentioned Ned's cousins might come to help establish the beds. Nadine nodded, smiling as Eli produced a satisfying burp. "Their experience with the varieties that grow best in our climate. Ned says the berries will fetch good prices at market come summer." Mary Beth studied her friend's face carefully. "You and Helgred seem to have accepted Ned's help readily these past weeks. That's a significant change from before Eli's birth." "Helgred still has moments of resistance, but she's come to respect Ned's knowledge and work ethic, and his kindness toward Eli has softened her considerably." Settling across from Nadine at the table, Mary Beth reached to touch Eli's tiny hand, smiling as his fingers curled reflexively around hers. "Children have a way of bringing people together." She hesitated, then lowered her voice, glancing toward the window to ensure Helgred and Ned were still distant. "I actually came today with something specific to share with you. Something I've kept for many years, thinking the right time might eventually come." Nadine tilted her head curiously. "What is it?" Mary Beth reached into her basket beneath the cloth covering the bread, withdrawing a small bundle wrapped in faded blue fabric. "Do you remember the summer after your parents died? When you were staying with the Yoders?" "Of course," Nadine replied. "You used to bring me things for safekeeping," Mary Beth continued, her fingers tracing the edges of the bundle. "Things you didn't want found among your possessions at the Yoder's home. Things that mattered to you." Understanding dawned slowly. "The letters," Nadine whispered, her arms tightening slightly around Eli. "Ned's letters." Mary Beth nodded, setting the bundle on the table between them. "And copies of yours to him. You asked me to keep them because your mother-in-law, not that she was your mother-in-law back then, had begun watching your correspondence closely, suggesting Eli as a more suitable match. What neither woman realised was that Helgred had returned to the house moments earlier, entering silently through the back door to retrieve the notebook where she had been recording plans for the strawberry beds. She had paused in the hallway upon hearing Mary Beth's serious tone, not intending to eavesdrop, but caught by the mention of her mother's name. Now she stood frozen, just out of sight, as the conversation about the letters unfolded. Nadine stared at the bundle. "I had forgotten," Nadine admitted softly. "After I married Eli, it seemed better to forget." "I understand. I would have kept them forever without mention if circumstances hadn't changed so dramatically. I thought perhaps these letters from Ned belonged back in your hands." In the hallway, Helgred's breath caught silently, her fingers tightening around the doorframe as she listened. "Why did you keep them all these years?" Nadine asked. Mary Beth shrugged. "I forgot about them. I was cleaning things out and found them." Nadine picked up a letter and began to read in a soft voice. "Dear Nadine, Mother asked again about my intentions for Rumspringa. She hopes distance will cool what's growing between us, but my heart has already decided its direction, and that direction is you." Nadine paused, the words transporting her back to that summer of possibility and heartache. Nadine continued, scanning down the page. "I know we must be patient after losing your parents, and I need to prove myself capable of providing a future worthy of you. 2 years at most. Time for me to learn the additional carpentry skills that will supplement our farm income. Time for you to find your footing in our community without dependency. When I return from Rumspringa, we will speak openly to my parents about our intentions." In the hallway, Helgred stood motionless, a hand pressed to her mouth as the reality of what she was hearing sank in. Nadine and Ned had planned a future together before her brother had entered the picture. "It's like a visit from the past. I believe we were in love, but if we were, why didn't it work out?" "I don't know," Mary Beth said. "You both chose different directions, it seems." "He went on Rumspringa. Did you think he wouldn't come back?" Nadine looked up at the ceiling as she thought. "I didn't know for sure that he'd return." "Then there was Eli. I knew he'd be a steady husband. His family took me in. Without them, I don't know what would have become of me. They gave me a good life." "So you felt that you would pay them back by marrying one of their sons?" Mary Beth asked. Nadine sighed. "Something like that." Helgred's knees weakened at the revelation that they had steered Nadine into a marriage, never knowing she hadn't truly been in love with Eli. "But you loved Ned," Mary Beth said quietly. "Yes," Nadine acknowledged softly, returning the letters to their bundle. "But we were young and too easily influenced by other things. Back then, I didn't know how rare a love like ours was." "Eli never knew how you felt about Ned?" Mary Beth asked gently. "I don't believe so," Nadine replied, choosing her words carefully. "We never spoke of it. Ned had left the community and I had accepted the path set before me. Eli was kind, Mary Beth. I grew to care for him deeply, to respect him immensely." "But not to love him," Mary Beth suggested softly. "Not the way these letters speak of love." Nadine met her friend's eyes directly. "Love takes many forms. What I felt for Eli was real, even if different from what I once felt for Ned. I honoured my vows, built a life with him, grieved him truly when he was taken." Helgred pressed a hand to her chest, feeling her brother's absence anew with this knowledge, that his marriage, while respectful and functional, had lacked the depth of feeling revealed in these letters. "And now?" Mary Beth asked gently. "Now that circumstances have brought you and Ned back to the same place, with these feelings possibly rekindling?" Nadine glanced down at her son, sleeping peacefully against her shoulder. "I don't know," she admitted. "I don't know. I have the baby to think about now. Maybe what we had has been ruined." In the hallway, Helgred made a sudden decision. She retreated silently toward the back door, opening and closing it loudly enough to be heard in the kitchen. "Nadine," she called, as if just arriving, "have you seen the notebook with the strawberry planting diagrams?" Mary Beth quickly helped Nadine gather the letters, tucking them back into the basket beneath the bread as Helgred entered the kitchen, her face composed, though her eyes held a new awareness. "I left it on the side table, I think," Nadine replied, gesturing with her free hand while still holding Eli with the other. "Mary Beth has brought fresh bread." Helgred nodded to Mary Beth, her greeting polite but distracted. "Thank you. Always generous." She located the notebook and held it up. "Ned is waiting. We should finish mapping the field before noon." She paused at the door, her gaze lingering on Nadine and the baby for a moment longer than usual. "I'll be back to help with dinner preparation," she added, her voice carefully neutral before disappearing back outside. Mary Beth waited until Helgred was well away from the house before speaking again. "She seems different," she observed, more accepting of Ned's presence than before. "She's beginning to see his value," Nadine replied, glancing at the basket containing the letters. Mary Beth rose to leave, embracing Nadine and touching Eli's downy head. "Don't deny yourself happiness out of misguided loyalty. Eli wanted your well-being above all else. I believe that Ned never stopped loving you. I mean, he's here, isn't he? So many others want to help, but he's pushed in front of them." Nadine nodded slowly. That evening, after Ned had returned to his own farm and Eli was settled in his cradle, Helgred lingered in the kitchen, methodically wiping down surfaces already clean, clearly gathering her thoughts. "Is everything all right?" Nadine asked gently, sensing her sister-in-law's unusual preoccupation. Helgred paused, cloth in hand, her back to Nadine. "Did my brother make you happy?" she asked suddenly. Startled, Nadine considered her response carefully. "Eli was a good husband, kind, steady, reliable." "That's not what I asked." "Did he make you happy? Did you love him the way a wife should love her husband?" Nadine wondered if she'd overheard her conversation with Mary Beth. "I cared deeply for Eli. We built a good life together, Helgred. But there was someone before you married him. Someone who held your heart first." Nadine sighed. "How much did you hear?" "Enough," Helgred admitted. "I didn't intend to eavesdrop. I came back for the notebook and," she gestured helplessly, "I never knew. About you and Ned. About my parents' interference, you feeling you owed my family. It was long ago, Helgred. I was young. Eli was young. We made our decision to marry and that was the end of anything that happened before. But it explains so much. About how quickly you and Ned reconnected after his return. About the tension I sensed but couldn't name. But now Ned has returned, a widower, and you are a widow." Nadine held her breath. Helgred was quiet for a long moment, then said with unexpected gentleness, "If happiness is possible for you, true happiness of the kind those letters speak, I believe my brother would want that for you, for his son. Thank you, Helgred, for your understanding." Helgred rose, moving to the window. "Ned is a good man, I see that now. Nothing's been said between us, Helgred, truly. I understand, and I won't speak of it. Whatever comes next, I will not stand in the way of what brings my nephew happiness and security. That is my promise to you and to Eli's memory." Chapter 18. "Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not unto thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths." Proverbs 3, 5-6. Several weeks passed and they were sitting on the porch. Nadine laughed as Patch circled little Eli, who squealed with delight from his little layback baby chair. "Patch, you're getting him too worked up. He'll never nap now," Nadine warned. Patch barked once, then flopped beside Eli, his head resting protectively near the baby's feet. Since Eli's birth, the dog had taken on the role of guardian, alerting Nadine to the slightest whimper before she heard it herself. That dog understands more English than most people, Helgred said, stepping onto the porch with a basket of eggs and handing Nadine a mug of tea. Though I think he's in it for the crumbs. Don't tell him that. You'll hurt his feelings, Nadine said, grinning. Eli, now nearly 3 months old, gripped the bench edge with chubby fingers and kicked his legs. A moment later, Ned's wagon rounded the bend. Right on time, Helgred noted with a glance at Nadine. Wednesday at 2, like clockwork. Nadine's heart lifted as Ned jumped down from the wagon, cradling a burlap-wrapped bundle. Patch, Ned called. At least someone's happy to see me. Not the only one, Helgred muttered. Nadine flushed. Ned removed his hat as he approached. Afternoon, Nadine, Helgred, and hello, little Eli. Eli beamed. Bah! Exactly, Ned said solemnly. Bah indeed. Wait until you see what I brought. Nadine raised an eyebrow. What is it? Had spare time in the workshop. Couldn't waste good wood. He revealed a smooth maple rattle, carved with a little wooden bird. It clicked softly when shaken. Ned, Nadine exclaimed, running her hand over it. It's beautiful and safe. She noted that he'd chosen to carve a bird into it. He couldn't have known about her late husband's birds. Was it a sign? Just something to hold on to, he said. My parents go to bed so early and the nights are long. And lonely? Helgred asked bluntly. Ned met her gaze. Sometimes. Less so when I have friends to visit. The baby made a noise and Eli looked over at him. Look at him growing. Patch barked. Yes, you're a good boy, Ned laughed. He sleeps by the cradle every night, Nadine said. Won't move until morning. Smart dog. Knows where he's needed, Ned said. That afternoon, Ned helped fix a loose step while Helgred made a light meal. Patch, rescue me, Ned groaned, emerging from under the porch. She's got me rebuilding the place. Don't tempt her, Helgred said, bringing lemonade. She's been eyeing that north wall. Stop it, both of you, Nadine said with a smile. Lunch is ready. I'll bring it out for us. You'll stay, Ned? I'd love to. Nadine found it funny how Helgred's attitude had changed. Now she was Ned's biggest fan. They gathered on the porch. Eli was on Nadine's lap, reaching for bread and cheese. After a moment, Helgred cleared her throat. My cousin in Shipshawana is expecting her 5th child. She asked me to visit for a week to help. A week? Nadine blinked. You haven't left overnight since Eli was born, Helgred nodded, but Mary needs me. I thought next week. She looked between Nadine and Ned. If you can manage. Nadine heard the invitation behind the offer. Of course you should go. Eli and I will be fine. And I'll check in, Ned added, for the heavier work. Patch barked, chasing something around the corner of the house, making Eli laugh. That dog, Helgred muttered. All dignity until a squirrel appears. Much like people, Ned added. All propriety until something important comes along. Helgred chuckled. After lunch, Ned rose. Thank you for that. Now I'll leave you ladies and head home. Patch escorted him to the wagon. Helgred had taken Eli in for bath time, leaving Nadine and Ned alone. You think Helgred's giving us space? Ned asked softly. Maybe, Nadine said, cheeks warming. Ned laughed, then turned serious. Nadine, I know we're taking things slow, but my feelings, they've grown stronger. So have mine, she said quietly. Good, he said simply. Until next Wednesday then. Or sooner, with the garden. The garden, Nadine echoed. As the wagon rolled away, Patch returned to her side. What do you think? She murmured. Too soon? Too complicated. Patch tilted his head. You're right. That night, Helgred found her in the kitchen. I meant it about visiting Mary, she said, but I also thought that Ned and I need time, Nadine offered. Helgred nodded. Since I overheard about the letters, I've been thinking. Eli would want you happy. "When did you get so wise?" Nadine asked. "I've been watching you," Helgred said, "learning." After Eli settled and Patch lay curled beside the cradle, Nadine whispered to herself, "Perhaps someday." Who knows? The thought was scary but exciting at the same time. Outside, the rain began to fall, and hope, like seedlings in fresh soil, quietly grew. Chapter 19. For we walk by faith, not by sight. 2 Corinthians 5:7. The morning after Helgred left, Nadine moved through her chores quickly while Eli still slept, Patch keeping his usual post nearby. The house felt quieter without Helgred, strangely still, as if waiting for something. "Just you and me now, Patch," Nadine said, kneading dough. The dog perked up. "Well, you, me, and Eli." Right on cue, Eli's babble came from the bedroom. Nadine wiped her hands and scooped him up, met by a gummy smile and kicking legs. "Did Patch keep watch again?" she asked. She nursed Eli, then bathed and dressed him, placing him on the porch next to her on a blanket with his toys within reach. Patch lay nearby, ears twitching at every sound. Hoofbeats. Patch's ears shot up, then relaxed. Nadine looked up as Ned came in a buggy this time, not his wagon. "Morning," he called, getting out of the buggy. "Hope I'm not too early." Nadine brushed a strand of hair back. "We've been up for hours, haven't we, Eli?" The baby stuck a block in his mouth. "Teething already?" Ned crouched beside him. Patch nudged his hand until Ned gave him a pat. "I wasn't expecting you until later," Nadine said. "I came to ask if you'd spend the day with me." "You and Eli. I packed a picnic, thought we might drive to the lake." Nadine hesitated. People would talk. They always did. "We wouldn't be doing anything wrong," Ned said gently. "Just a drive. A change of scene for Eli, and maybe for you too." She looked at her son, content under the morning sun. His world had been small, so had hers. "People are already talking," Ned added. "One more thing won't matter." Nadine glanced at Patch, then back at Ned. "Could we bring Patch?" Ned smiled. "Of course." Nadine felt something shift. Resolve, maybe. "All right." "Thank you. Can you watch, Eli? I'll be 2 minutes." She changed into a better dress, gathered a blanket and hat for Eli, and joined Ned by the buggy. Ned opened the door and called the dog over, and Patch quickly jumped up into the back seat. "You sure this is wise with Helgred gone and all that? I feel as if I need to ask her," Nadine said with a laugh. Ned held the door open. "You're an adult," he reminded her. "I know, but it's a weird feeling being in charge of my own life now." "Forget about everyone else today, okay? It's just us." He gathered the reins. She nodded. "I'll do that." They took the back roads, green pressing in from both sides. Eli sat upright, eyes wide at every tree and fluttering bird. Patch rode in the wagon bed, nose high, tongue out. Ned handled the reins with one hand and pointed things out with the other. Fields ready for planting, a crow diving at a hawk, a neighbour's goat loose again. They laughed about Patch's sleeping positions, Helgred's stern notes, and the garden beds needing turning. Then Nadine asked, "Do you ever regret coming back?" Ned paused. "I miss a few things. But there's more here for me now than there ever was there. I've found hope again." At the cove, they unloaded. Patch leapt out first, racing for the lake, barking at waves. Ned laid out a blanket under the trees and unpacked their food. They ate in the quiet, cheese, bread and fruit. Eli tried to steal it all, drooling on his shirt. Afterward, they walked. Eli rode in Ned's arms, pointing at ducks. Patch darted ahead and circled back, herding them away from a soggy spot. "He's a protector," Ned said. "Like you," Nadine replied. She watched Ned shift Eli's weight carefully on his shoulder, one hand steady on the baby's back. When they returned to the blanket, Eli drifted off. Nadine spread a shawl over him. They sat nearby, closer now. No gap between them, just quiet understanding. I need to ask, Ned said. Is there something you haven't told me? About the past? Nadine's heart skipped. She thought of the old letters tucked in her drawer. There is, she said, but I'm still figuring it out. He didn't press, he just took her hand. I've waited before. I can wait longer. They watched the water together, quiet and unhurried. By the time they packed up, the sun had dropped behind the trees. Eli stirred as Ned lifted him into Nadine's arms. Patch jumped into the wagon and curled up without complaint. Back at the farm, they unloaded in silence. Thank you, Nadine said. For today? For asking. I'll see you tomorrow, he asked. For the garden, she said, though they both knew it wasn't just that. Chapter 20. Jesus said unto him, If thou canst believe, all things are possible to him that believeth. Mark 9:23. Ned and Nadine enjoyed the days of conversation and quiet moments, up until Helgred's early return. The clatter of wagon wheels in the yard woke Nadine. Patch sprang up from his position near Eli's cradle, barking excitedly before racing to the window. Through sleep-blurred eyes, Nadine recognised Helgred's familiar figure climbing down with the assistance of her father, who had apparently driven her home. Earlier than expected, Nadine murmured, quickly donning her robe and moving to collect Eli, who had begun to stir at the commotion. By the time Helgred entered the kitchen, Nadine had managed to light the stove and was heating water for tea, the baby propped on her hip. "You're back," she greeted her sister-in-law with genuine warmth. "We weren't expecting you until afternoon." Helgred set down her travelling bag, reaching immediately for Eli, who lifted his arms in welcome. Father was already in town for supplies when the early bus arrived. She nuzzled the baby's neck, drawing a huge smile from him. "Has he been good? Did you manage all right alone?" "We were fine," Nadine assured her, pouring hot water into the teapot, "though the house was certainly quieter without you." "And did Ned help with the garden as planned?" Helgred asked, settling at the table with Eli on her lap. "Ned's coming today to start on the garden." She poured the tea, focusing on the simple task. "He mentioned stopping by this morning to check on us, then beginning the planting work." Helgred nodded thoughtfully, bouncing Eli gently on her knee. "About that," she said after a moment, "I've been thinking during my journey home." "Oh." Nadine looked up, detecting something significant in Helgred's tone. "Yes, it occurs to me that you and Ned might appreciate some time without Eli and me constantly present." Helgred's directness, as always, cut straight to the heart of the matter. "Some time to understand your feelings for each other more clearly." Nadine nearly dropped the teacup she was holding. "What are you suggesting?" "I'm suggesting," Helgred said with deliberate patience, "that when Ned arrives today, you should go with him, alone. I'll watch Eli." The proposal was so unexpected that Nadine could only stare at her sister-in-law. "You want me to go out alone with Ned, without Eli?" "Yes," Helgred confirmed, as if it were the most natural suggestion in the world. "You need time to talk, to understand what's growing between you." "That's difficult with a baby demanding attention and a sister-in-law hovering nearby." Nadine sank into a chair, stunned by Helgred's transformation from protective guardian of propriety to active facilitator of her relationship with Ned. "People will talk," she said faintly, echoing her words to Ned from the day before. "People always talk," Helgred replied with a dismissive wave that mimicked Ned's response so closely that Nadine nearly laughed aloud. "They're already talking about his regular visits, about my week away, about the strawberry beds you're planting together." She shrugged. "One more topic won't change much." The echo of Ned's words from Helgred's lips was so uncanny that Nadine couldn't suppress a small gasp. "Did you practice that speech, or do the two of you simply think remarkably alike on this particular topic?" A hint of colour touched Helgred's cheeks. "Great minds, perhaps," she said lightly. Then, more seriously, Nadine, I meant what I said before I left. If happiness is possible for you, real happiness, with someone who truly cares for you and Eli, I believe my brother would want that for you both. Nadine reached across the table to take Helgred's free hand. Thank you, she said simply, for understanding, for supporting us in finding our way forward. Helgred squeezed her hand briefly before releasing it. Well, don't thank me too much. I still expect those strawberries to be planted before the week is out, romance or no romance. Her tone was brisk, but her eyes held warmth as she added, now go make yourself presentable. Ned will be here soon, and you'll want to wear the green dress. It suits you best. Nadine rose, a mixture of nervousness and anticipation fluttering in her chest. Are you sure about watching Eli? She asked, one last hesitation surfacing. He can be demanding, and after your journey... Nadine, Helgred interrupted firmly, I travelled across half the state to help with a newborn. I think I can manage my own nephew for an afternoon. She shooed Nadine toward the bedroom. Go, change. I'll prepare something for you to take along, since I doubt you'll actually accomplish much gardening today. As Nadine selected the green dress Helgred had suggested, a becoming shade that brought out the warmth in her complexion, she marvelled at how thoroughly her expectations had been upended in the space of 24 hours. Their outing with Ned had seemed a daring departure from propriety. Today's potential excursion alone with him, sanctioned and even encouraged by Helgred, felt like a step into entirely new territory. Patch, sensing the unusual energy in the household, circled the bedroom restlessly before settling with a dramatic sigh that seemed to encompass both resignation at the disruption to routine and anticipation of whatever new adventure might be unfolding. I know exactly how you feel, Nadine told him as she pinned her hair neatly beneath her cap. Everything is changing, isn't it? The dog thumped his tail against the floor in what she chose to interpret as agreement, his brown eyes following her movements with intelligent interest. By the time Ned's wagon appeared in the lane an hour later, Nadine had progressed from nervous anticipation to calm certainty. This next step, like yesterday's excursion to the lake, felt right, a natural progression in a relationship that had evolved gradually from careful friendship to something deeper, warmer, more promising. Helgred, true to her word, had packed a small basket with bread, cheese, and early strawberries, along with a jar of cool cider. Don't rush back, she instructed as Nadine prepared to meet Ned at the door. Eli and I have plenty to discuss in your absence. Nadine bent to kiss her son's forehead, inhaling his sweet baby scent. Be good for your aunt, she murmured. Then, to Helgred, thank you for everything. Helgred's smile held genuine affection. Go, she said simply. Find out if what was interrupted years ago can be rebuilt now, stronger for the waiting. The knowing reference to the past, to the letters Helgred had overheard about, caught Nadine by surprise. Maybe it's time to tell him, she acknowledged softly. Maybe it is, Helgred agreed, when the moment feels right. As Nadine stepped onto the porch to greet Ned, Patch darting excitedly around her skirt, she felt a sense of rightness settle over her, a certainty that whatever came next would unfold as it should, guided by the wisdom they had all gained through loss, through patience, through the slow healing that only time could provide. The past had shaped them, the present held them, and the future stretched before them, not as a predetermined path, but as a journey they would navigate together, one careful, hopeful step at a time. Chapter 21. Charity suffereth long and is kind. Charity envieth not. Charity vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up. 1 Corinthians 13:4. Ned arrived just after 9. Nadine waited on the porch, the green dress Helgred had recommended complemented by a lightweight shawl against the lingering morning coolness. Patch circled her feet anxiously, sensing another departure in the making. "Not today, boy," Nadine told him gently, scratching behind his ears. "You need to stay and help Helgred with Eli." The dog whined softly, his expressive eyes pleading his case. "He thinks he's being punished for something," Helgred observed from the doorway. Eli balanced comfortably on her hip. "Go on, Patch." "Inside with us." She made a sweeping gesture, which the dog reluctantly obeyed, casting one last reproachful glance over his shoulder as he disappeared into the house. "You're both sure about this?" Nadine asked, her voice lowered as Ned's wagon approached. "I can still take Eli with us." Helgred rolled her eyes in a rare display of exasperation. "For the third time, yes. Eli and I will be perfectly fine." She adjusted the baby's position, bouncing him lightly. "Besides, we have important matters to discuss, don't we, little man? Aunt Helgred has all sorts of stories about your father that you should hear someday." There was no mockery in Helgred's tone, only genuine warmth that reassured Nadine more than any practical arguments could have. Helgred truly wanted this time for Nadine and Ned, not merely tolerated it, but actively encouraged it. "Thank you," Nadine said simply. Helgred nodded, a small smile playing at her lips. "Just be home before dark. I don't need the neighbours speculating any more than they already will be." The gentle teasing, so unlike Helgred's usual serious demeanour, caught Nadine by surprise, drawing a laugh from her as Ned brought the wagon to a stop before them. "Good morning," he called, removing his hat respectfully as he caught sight of Helgred. "I hope you had a pleasant journey, Helgred." "Pleasant enough," Helgred replied, nodding a greeting, "though I understand you kept Nadine and Eli quite occupied in my absence." If she had hoped to fluster Ned with this direct reference to their outing, she was disappointed. He merely smiled, his eyes moving to Nadine with unmistakable warmth. "I did my best to provide a distraction." "Well, today you'll have to manage with just Nadine for company," Helgred said briskly. "Eli and I have household matters to attend to." Ned's eyebrows rose slightly as he glanced between the sisters-in-law, clearly surprised by this unexpected development. "Are you sure?" "I had planned something that Eli might enjoy as well." "He's cutting a tooth," Helgred replied firmly. "Better to keep him home where he can be properly miserable without disrupting your plans." She nodded toward the basket sitting near Nadine's feet. "I've packed enough for 2. Try to save some of those strawberries for actual planting if you would." With that parting instruction, she turned and carried Eli back inside, closing the door with a decisive click that left Nadine and Ned alone on the porch. "Did I miss something?" Ned asked, confusion evident in his expression. "I thought I was doing the garden beds today." "Helgred suggested that we might appreciate some time alone today," Nadine explained, feeling heat rise in her cheeks. "Without Eli and her constantly present." Ned absorbed this information with visible surprise. "Helgred suggested this?" "The same Helgred who watched us like a hawk all winter." "The very same," Nadine confirmed, lifting the basket. "She packed lunch." A slow smile spread across Ned's face. Well, people really can change, can't they? He extended his hand to help Nadine with the basket, his fingers warm against hers in the brief contact. Shall we make the most of her unexpected generosity? The question carried more significance than its simple words suggested. Helgred's blessing had removed one of the final barriers between them, the concern about honouring Eli's memory appropriately, about moving forward at a pace that respected all involved. With that barrier lowered, the day stretched before them filled with new possibilities. "Yes, I believe we should." Instead of heading toward the lake as they had on their last day out, Ned guided the horse west, following the winding country road that separated his property from the Yoder farm. "Where are we going?" Nadine asked, curious about this change in direction. "I thought I'd show you my land. Ned replied, his focus on the road ahead. "There's something there I've been wanting you to see for some time." They travelled in comfortable silence for a while, the gentle sway of the wagon and the rhythmic clip-clop of the horses' hooves creating a peaceful backdrop to the morning. The countryside was fully awakened to spring now, fields green with new crops, wildflowers dotting the roadside, birds swooping overhead in busy pursuit of nesting materials. "I used to imagine journeys like this," Ned said suddenly, breaking the quiet. "During the years in Indiana. Just simple drives through familiar countryside with," he hesitated, then finished, "with someone who understood what it meant to come home." The simple admission, a glimpse into his thoughts during their years apart, touched something deep within Nadine. "Did you find that? In Indiana?" she asked carefully. "Someone who understood?" Ned's profile was thoughtful as he considered her question. "Miriam was a good wife," he said finally. "Kind, caring. But she was born and raised in Indiana. The landscapes I missed, the community I had left behind, those were stories to her, not memories, not the bone-deep understanding that comes from shared history." "I'm sorry," Nadine said gently, understanding the complexity of his loss, not just of his wife to illness, but of that shared foundation that roots people to places, to each other. "Don't be," Ned replied, glancing at her briefly. "We had a good life together. Different from what I might have imagined as a young man, but good in its own way." "Yes," she agreed simply, "different, but good in its own way." The road narrowed as they approached Ned's property, the track less travelled than the main thoroughfare. "We'll have to leave the wagon here," he said, bringing the horses to a stop beside a weathered fence post. "The path ahead isn't suitable for wheels, I'm afraid." He helped Nadine down, his hands lingering slightly at her waist in a way that sent a flutter of awareness through her. With practiced efficiency, he unhitched the horses, tethering them where they could graze comfortably in the shade of a large oak tree. "It's not far," he assured her, retrieving the basket from the wagon. "Just through that stand of trees." The path wound through a small wooded area, wildflowers carpeting the ground beneath young maples and oaks. Sunlight filtered through the new leaves, creating dappled patterns that shifted with each breeze. As they emerged from the trees, Nadine caught her breath at the sudden view before them. Atop a gentle hill stood an old windmill, its once white paint weathered to a silvery grey, its vanes motionless against the clear blue sky. Beside it, nestled into the hillside, was a small stone building, perhaps once a miller's cottage or storage shed, now abandoned but still sturdy in its construction. "It was here when I purchased the land," Ned explained, watching her reaction. "No one has used it for years. The Brewbakers built a steam-powered mill closer to town decades ago. I've always found it beautiful in its way." "It is beautiful," Nadine agreed, drawn to the quiet dignity of the structure standing sentinel over the surrounding countryside. From this elevation she could see for miles, rolling fields, patches of woodland, even the distant sparkle of the lake they had visited the day before. Ned led her up the hill, following a path that had clearly been maintained despite the windmill's disuse. At the top, he set the basket down on a flat stone that seemed purposefully positioned for that very use. "I come here sometimes to imagine possibilities." The simple statement, with its implication that Nadine had featured in those imagined possibilities, warmed her more thoroughly than the spring sunshine. "It's a good place for that," she said softly. "Would you like to see inside the mill?" He opened the wooden door, which swung on well-oiled hinges despite the building's apparent abandonment, revealing a circular space flooded with light from high windows. The interior was surprisingly clean. Swept floors, walls free of cobwebs, the wooden beams overhead solid and well maintained. "You've been caring for it," Nadine said. It seemed wrong to let it decay when a little attention could preserve it. He ran a hand along one of the support beams. I've replaced some of the wood, reinforced the structure where needed. The vanes don't turn anymore. That would require more extensive repairs, but the building itself is sound. Nadine climbed the narrow wooden staircase to the upper level where the mechanism for turning the grinding stones would once have been housed. The space was empty now, except for a small wooden bench positioned by the largest window, offering the same expansive view they had observed outside. "You've made a retreat up here," she said, noting the neatly folded blanket on the bench, the small shelf holding a few books. Ned joined her, looking slightly self-conscious. "I find it peaceful, especially at sunrise or sunset when the light changes over the valley." Nadine sat on the bench, imagining Ned here alone with his thoughts during the months since his return, seeking solace in this quiet place, perhaps thinking of his life in Indiana, or of the community he had rejoined, or of her and the growing connection between them. "Thank you for sharing this with me," she said. "I've wanted to bring you here for some time," he replied, settling beside her at a respectful distance. "But it never seemed like the right time." "And now?" Nadine asked. "Now," Ned echoed, his eyes holding hers steadily. "Now I find myself less concerned with what might be appropriate in others' eyes, and more concerned with what might be right for us." The simple statement, with its shift from community expectations to personal truth, resonated deeply with Nadine's own evolving perspective. "Helgred said something similar yesterday," she admitted, "about people talking regardless of what we do or don't do." "Wise woman, your sister-in-law," Ned observed with a small smile. "Though I never thought I'd say those words." Nadine laughed, the sound echoing pleasantly in the circular space. "She would be horrified to hear such praise from you." "Then we'll keep it our secret," Ned suggested, his smile widening. The easy moment between them, free from the tension that had often shadowed their earlier interactions, felt like a gift, a glimpse of what might be possible moving forward. They sat in comfortable silence for a time, watching as a hawk circled lazily over the distant fields. "Are you hungry?" Ned asked eventually. "We could have our meal up here if you'd like." "Yes, I'd like that." Ned retrieved the basket from outside, and together they arranged the simple meal Helgred had packed: fresh bread, cheese and cold chicken. They ate, discussing practical matters like the garden planting still to be done, and Ned's plans for improving the mill over time. "The cottage could be made habitable again with some work," he mentioned, nodding toward the stone building visible through the window. "New roof, repaired chimney, fresh plaster on the interior walls." "Do you plan to live there?" Nadine asked. "No," Ned said, shaking his head. "My folks' place suits me well enough, even if I sometimes feel too old to still be living there. But I've thought it might make a good workshop eventually, for the furniture making." "You have a gift for creating beautiful things." "Thank you. It brings me satisfaction, seeing potential in rough materials, helping reveal what's already there beneath the surface." Nadine was reminded of the letters Mary Beth had returned, of the thoughtful young man who had written to her so long ago, sharing not just plans for their future, but reflections on the world around them. Chapter 22. "Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning." Psalm 30, verse 5. After they finished eating, Ned suggested they explore the stone cottage as well. The small building proved more dilapidated than the mill, with sections of roof missing and windows long since shattered, but the basic structure remained solid: thick stone walls, a substantial fireplace, worn but intact flagstones on the floor. "It has good bones." "Nothing that couldn't be mended with time and effort," Ned said. Nadine walked the perimeter of the single room, imagining it as it might have been when occupied: a table by the window, a bed in the corner, simple furnishings for a simple life. There was something appealing about the cottage's modest proportions, its sturdy defiance of time and weather. "I can see why you're drawn to this place," she said, running her hand along the stone windowsill. "There's peace here, despite its condition." Ned nodded, pleased by her understanding. "Exactly so. When I first returned and purchased the land, I wasn't sure what I would do with this old mill and cottage, but each time I visited, I found myself more reluctant to simply tear them down." He gestured toward the missing sections of roof. "They may be damaged, but the foundation is sound. They deserve a chance at renewal." As the afternoon progressed, they made their way back down the hill, stopping to sit beneath a large maple tree that offered a perfect view of the windmill silhouetted against the sky. Ned spread the blanket he had retrieved from the upper room of the mill, creating a comfortable spot for them to rest. "Thank you for today," Nadine said. "Thank you for coming," Ned replied, "for trusting me enough to spend time alone together. It means more than I can express." The sincerity in his voice created a warm flutter in Nadine's chest. "Nadine, there's something I've been wanting to ask you." She turned toward him, noting the slight tension in his shoulders, the careful way he chose his words. "Yes?" "These past months, spending time together, watching you with Eli, seeing the strength you've shown in building a life after Eli's death." He paused, seeming to gather his thoughts. "It's made me wonder if you might ever consider marrying again." The question hung in the air between them, momentous in its implications, yet carefully phrased to avoid presumption. Nadine's heart leapt at what she thought he was asking, her response immediate and instinctive. "Yes, of course I will." The words emerged without hesitation, certainty filling her voice. Only after they had been spoken did she register the exact phrasing of Ned's question. Not a proposal, but an inquiry about her openness to marriage generally. Heat flooded her cheeks as she realised her misunderstanding. That is," she stammered, mortification replacing certainty as she grasped her mistake. "I thought you were asking—" Ned's expression transformed from surprise to something warmer, more tender. "I was," he said simply. "That's exactly what I was asking, Nadine. That's what I've wanted all along, since the moment I returned and saw you again." "Oh," she breathed, relief washing over her. "I just didn't want to presume," he continued, reaching for her hand, "to assume that you would want the same, especially so soon after losing Eli." Nadine's fingers curled around his, anchoring herself in the reality of this moment that had seemed impossible not long ago. "It's not too soon. Not when it's you, Ned." His grip tightened, his eyes searching hers for confirmation. "Are you certain?" "Because I need you to know that I never, ever forgot you. When you married Eli, I thought all hope was gone, that whatever might have been between us was lost forever." His voice caught slightly. "I built a life elsewhere, as you did here, but part of my heart remained tied to what we once shared." "I carried you with me too," Nadine admitted softly. "Not in a way that diminished what I shared with Eli, but as part of who I was, who I had become." She hesitated, knowing the time had come for complete honesty. "Ned, there's something I need to tell you. About our past." His expression grew curious. "What about our past?" "The letters," she said simply. "I gave them to Mary Beth for safekeeping, along with other things. She kept them all these years, the ones we wrote that summer after my parents died, before you left for Rumspringa." Ned's eyes widened with genuine surprise. "You kept them? All this time?" Nadine nodded. "She returned them to me a few weeks ago. Thought I should have them again now that circumstances had changed for both of us." "The letters," Ned repeated, a distant look coming into his eyes. "I remember writing to you, planning for when I'd return, for the future we thought we'd build together." "You never mentioned them," Nadine said, "when you came back." "I wondered if perhaps you'd forgotten, or if they hadn't meant to you what they had to me. Ned shook his head emphatically. No, Nadine, I remembered every word. But when I finally returned from Room Springer, you were already married to Eli. It seemed cruel somehow to remind you of promises that could no longer be kept. This confirmation that he had indeed remembered, had carried those memories just as she had, filled a space in Nadine's heart that had long held uncertainty. Helgred overheard Mary Beth and me talking about them, she explained. That's part of why she's changed toward you, why she's encouraging us now. She understands that what's between us isn't new or sudden, but a continuation of something that began long ago. Ned absorbed this information with visible emotion. I never thought I'd be grateful to Helgred for eavesdropping, he said finally, a hint of humour lightening his tone. But it seems I owe her my thanks. We both do, Nadine agreed, though I'd appreciate if you didn't mention the eavesdropping part when expressing that gratitude. She's very upset with herself for doing that. Ned laughed, the sound carrying in the open air around them. I promise. Yoder, I'm asking you properly now. Will you marry me? Will you allow me to be a father to Eli? To build a life together that honours where we've been, but looks toward where we might go? The formal proposal, with its acknowledgement of their past and its emphasis on Eli's place in their future, touched Nadine deeply. Yes, she said simply, joy filling her voice. Yes, I will marry you, Ned Miller. I want to be the best husband to you and the best father to Eli. I can't wait. Ned leaned forward to seal their promise with a kiss, gentle, reverent, a confirmation of feelings long carried and now finally given voice. When they finally gathered their belongings and made their way back to the buggy, twilight had settled over the countryside, wrapping the world in soft purple shadows. Ned helped Nadine up, his touch lingering with new certainty, new permission. Helgred will be wondering where we are, Nadine said. I think Helgred knew exactly what this day might bring, Ned replied. Nadine laughed, picturing the conversation. She didn't. Oh, I think she did, Ned said. As the horse and buggy headed home, Nadine thought about the new life she and her son would have with Ned. Chapter 23. Let us hold fast the profession of our faith without wavering, for he is faithful that promised. Hebrews 10:23. The farmhouse windows glowed with welcoming lamplight as Ned guided the wagon into the yard. Despite the lateness of the hour, well past Helgred's suggested return time, neither Nadine nor Ned felt inclined to rush. The journey home had passed in a sweet haze of conversation and comfortable silences, their hands occasionally finding each other's in the darkness, new certainty making even this simple contact more meaningful. She's still awake, Nadine observed, noting the kitchen light. Probably prepared a lecture on propriety and punctuality. Ned chuckled as he brought the horses to a stop. Should I be concerned? Helgred's lectures can be quite frightening. I think we have news that might soften even Helgred's sternest disapproval, Nadine replied, unable to keep the happiness from her voice. Ned helped her down from the wagon, his hands lingering at her waist longer than strictly necessary. In the yard's shadows, away from any prying eyes that might be watching from neighbouring farms, he brushed a gentle kiss against her forehead. I'll stable the horses quickly and join you, he said, unless you'd prefer to tell Helgred our news privately first. Nadine shook her head. No, we should tell her together. She smiled up at him in the faint moonlight. After all, she did play matchmaker, in her own determined Helgred way. As Nadine approached the porch, the door swung open before she could reach it. Helgred stood framed in the doorway, her usual severe expression softened by something Nadine couldn't quite identify. Amusement, perhaps, or a knowing satisfaction. I was beginning to wonder if you'd decided to elope and spare us all the bother of a proper wedding, Helgred remarked dryly, though there was no real criticism in her tone. Nadine felt heat rise to her cheeks. "We lost track of time," she explained, stepping into the warmth of the kitchen. "Ned is just seeing to the horses. He'll be in shortly." Helgred nodded, closing the door behind them. "Eli's been asleep for hours. Not a peep since I put him down after his last feeding." She studied Nadine's face closely. "You look different." "Different?" Nadine echoed, removing her shawl and hanging it carefully on the peg by the door. "Happy," Helgred clarified, her voice gentler than usual. "Settled, somehow. As if something that's been troubling you has finally been resolved." The perceptiveness of Helgred's observation shouldn't have surprised Nadine, yet it did. In their years together, first as sisters-in-law and then as housemates sharing Eli's care, she had sometimes forgotten how keenly observant Helgred could be beneath her practical exterior. "Yes," Nadine admitted softly. "Something has been resolved. But I'd rather wait for Ned before explaining further." Helgred accepted this with a nod, turning to pour a cup of tea from the pot keeping warm on the stove. "I expected as much. There's fresh coffee for Ned as well." This thoughtful preparation, evidence that Helgred had anticipated not just their return but a conversation to follow, touched Nadine deeply. She settled at the kitchen table, cradling the warm cup between her hands, watching as Helgred moved about the kitchen with her usual efficient grace. A sound at the door announced Ned's arrival. He entered with a respectful knock, removing his hat as he crossed the threshold. "Evening, Helgred," he greeted her, his voice carrying a warmth that would have been unimaginable in their earlier interactions. "I hope Eli wasn't too much trouble today." "That child is never trouble," Helgred replied firmly. "Unlike some adults who can't manage to be home by dark as promised." Despite her words, there was a teasing quality to Helgred's tone that suggested she wasn't truly upset. She gestured toward the stove. "There's coffee if you'd like some." "Thank you," Ned said, seeming slightly surprised by this hospitable reception. He poured himself a cup and joined Nadine at the table, sitting close enough that their shoulders nearly touched, a small but significant change from the careful distance they had always maintained in Helgred's presence before. Helgred took a seat across from them, her sharp eyes moving between their faces. "Well," she said after a moment of silence, "are you going to tell me what happened today, or shall I guess?" Nadine glanced at Ned, a smile tugging at her lips. "Should we put her out of her misery?" Ned nodded, his own smile widening. "I think we'd better before she bursts from curiosity." "I do not burst from curiosity," Helgred protested, though a rare flush coloured her cheeks. "I merely prefer directness to unnecessary suspense." Nadine reached for Ned's hand nearby, the gesture more powerful for its simplicity. "Ned has asked me to marry him, and I've said yes." Helgred's expression shifted from impatience to genuine delight, her usual reserve melting into a smile that transformed her serious features. "Well, it's about time," she declared, reaching across to clasp their joined hands briefly. "I was beginning to think I'd need to draw up a formal contract and make you both sign it." Ned laughed, the sound warm and relaxed in the cosy kitchen. "You knew this was coming, didn't you? That's why you arranged for us to be alone today." "Of course I knew," Helgred replied with dignity. "Anyone with eyes could see where things were headed between you two." "Eli would want this," she said quietly. "Both of you happy, his son cared for by people who truly love him." The mention of Eli created a moment of shared remembrance among them. Not painful as it might once have been, but gentle, acknowledging his place in all their lives, even as they moved forward. "Perhaps December is a good time for the wedding," Nadine said after a moment. "Simple, here at the farm. Nothing elaborate." Helgred nodded her approval. Sensible. Gives us time to prepare without rushing, but doesn't drag things out unnecessarily. We'll want your help with the planning, Ned added. Your practical perspective would be invaluable. Of course. Someone needs to ensure things are done properly. Nadine sipped her tea, watching Helgred over the rim of her cup. Something was different about her sister-in-law tonight. A softness around the edges. A slight distraction in her usually focused attention. You seem preoccupied, she observed carefully. Is everything all right? Helgred's hand stilled against her cup, a hint of colour touching her cheeks again. Everything is fine, she assured them. Then, with uncharacteristic hesitation, she added, Actually, I have some news of my own to share. Both Nadine and Ned straightened, attention caught by this unexpected announcement. News? Nadine echoed, curious about what could bring such an unusual expression to Helgred's face, part shyness, part excitement, wholly unfamiliar on her practical sister-in-law. Yes, Helgred smoothed her apron with precise movements, seemingly gathering her thoughts. While I was in Shipshawana, I met someone. A widower, Ted Hostetler. He has a farm near my cousin's place. Nadine blinked in surprise, momentarily speechless. In all the years she had known Helgred, first as Eli's unmarried sister, then as her companion in widowhood, she had never heard her express interest in any man, nor indicate any desire for marriage herself. Helgred, she said finally, genuine pleasure warming her voice. That's wonderful news. Helgred's posture relaxed slightly at this positive reception. It's very preliminary, she cautioned. We've only just begun corresponding. But a small, almost girlish smile touched her lips. He's exactly as perfect as his letters suggest. Letters? Ned inquired, clearly trying to reconcile this unexpected romantic development with the practical, no-nonsense Helgred they knew. Yes, we've been writing to each other since I returned, Helgred explained, a touch of defensiveness entering her tone. It's a proper way to become better acquainted at our age. At 40, you mean? Nadine asked gently, recognising Helgred's sensitivity about her unmarried status at what their community considered an advanced age for a first marriage. Yes, at 40, Helgred confirmed, lifting her chin slightly. Ted is 45, with grown children already established in their own homes. He's looking for companionship, not a mother for his family. Her expression softened. And I find I'm looking for something similar. The admission, so honest, so human from a woman who had always seemed content with her role as sister, aunt, helper, touched Nadine deeply. Helgred, I'm so happy for you, truly. It may come to nothing, Helgred warned, practical even in this unexpected revelation. But if all goes well over the next few months, we've discussed the possibility of marriage by Christmas. Christmas, Ned repeated, genuine warmth in his voice. A perfect time for new beginnings. Helgred nodded, looking slightly embarrassed by their positive reactions, but pleased nonetheless. It would mean changes, of course, for all of us. She glanced around the kitchen that had been her domain since moving in to help after Eli's birth. I would move to his farm in Shipshawana. Nadine reached across the table to take Helgred's hand. We'll miss you terribly, she said honestly, but I can't think of anyone who deserves happiness more. Besides, Ned added with gentle humour, Shipshawana isn't so far that we couldn't visit, or that you couldn't return to see your nephew grow. Helgred's face brightened at this reassurance. I would insist upon regular visits. Eli needs to know his father's family, his heritage. She squeezed Nadine's hand before releasing it. But that's all quite premature. Ted and I have only just begun corresponding properly. Tell us about him, Nadine encouraged, genuinely curious about the man who had managed to capture Helgred's well-guarded heart. As Helgred described Ted Hostetler, his deep faith, his skill with woodworking, his fondness for reading, his kindness to his sister's children, Nadine observed the transformation in her sister-in-law with wonder. Helgred's usual reserve melted away as she spoke, replaced by an animated enthusiasm Nadine had rarely seen, except when discussing Eli's achievements. "He sounds perfect for you," she said, when Helgred finally paused for breath. "I look forward to meeting him someday." "If things progress, he'll visit this summer," Helgred replied, composure returning, though her eyes remained bright with unusual emotion. "To meet all of you properly." The three adults, once connected only by their shared love for Eli and his son, now forging new relationships of their own, touched cups in a quiet celebration of possibilities unfolding. Outside, the spring night wrapped around the farmhouse like a gentle blanket, crickets singing their ancient songs of continuity and renewal. Later, after Ned had departed with a promise to return the next day, and Helgred had retired to her room, Nadine checked on Eli one last time before seeking her own bed. The baby slept peacefully, one tiny hand flung above his head in characteristic abandon, Patch curled protectively at the foot of the cradle. "There are going to be changes, little one," Nadine whispered, adjusting his blanket, "but good ones, I think. A father who already loves you. An aunt who will always be part of your life, even if she finds her own happiness elsewhere." She stroked his downy head gently. "You'll grow up surrounded by so much love from so many directions." Patch raised his head at her whispered words, brown eyes watching her with canine understanding. "You'll have a place in all of it too," she assured the dog, scratching behind his ears. "Every boy needs a loyal dog, after all." As she prepared for bed, Nadine found herself drawn once more to the drawer where Ned's letters remained carefully stored. Perhaps tomorrow she would share them with him, these tangible reminders of what had been, what might have been, what now would be. Like the old windmill on Ned's land, their relationship had weathered time and absence, damage and repair, to emerge stronger for the journey. Through her window she could see stars scattered across the velvet darkness, constant yet ever-changing in their configurations. Like the heavens above, life rearranged itself in patterns both unexpected and beautiful, if one remained open to possibilities beyond the familiar. This evening had revealed one such unexpected pattern. Helgred, steadfast, practical Helgred, opening herself to romantic possibilities at 40, finding connection through carefully penned letters, just as Nadine and Ned had in their youth. There was something poetic in that parallel, Nadine thought as sleep began to claim her. Different paths converging towards similar destinations, each in their own time. Tomorrow would bring practical matters back to the forefront, garden planting too long delayed, wedding preparations to begin, community reactions to manage. But tonight, in the quiet darkness of the farmhouse that had known both sorrow and joy, three hearts were beating with new hope. Helgred's with cautious anticipation of possibilities unfolding through written words. Ned's with the certainty of long-carried dreams finally within reach. And Nadine's with the peaceful knowledge that love, once thought lost, had simply been waiting for its proper season to bloom again. Outside, rain fell, nourishing seeds both planted and yet to be sown, ensuring that when summer arrived, the valley would be rich with new growth, new life, new beginnings for all. Chapter 24. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart, and thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, Deuteronomy 6, 6-7. The morning dawned clear and perfect, as if ordered specifically for the occasion. Nadine stood at her bedroom window, watching as the farm gradually came to life with activity. The yard had been transformed overnight. Long tables positioned under the ancient maple trees, benches arranged in precise rows inside the freshly swept barn, bouquets of winter flowers adorning every available surface. A soft knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. "Nadine, are you decent?" Helgred's voice called from the hallway. "Yes, come in," Nadine replied, turning from the window. Helgred entered, already dressed in her dark blue wedding clothes, her expression uncommonly bright. The past 3 months had worked a remarkable transformation in her. The severe lines around her mouth softened, her movements more fluid, her eyes alight with a happiness that made her appear 15 years younger than her 40 years. "You're not dressed yet," she scolded, though without her former sharpness. "The guests will start arriving in less than an hour." Nadine laughed. "I was watching the preparations. Ned's brothers have been up since dawn, it seems." "As they should be," Helgred replied, moving to lay out Nadine's wedding dress on the bed, a new gown of deep purple, the traditional colour for Amish brides in their community. Ted joined them early, said he couldn't sleep anyway with all the excitement. The mention of Ted Hostetler brought a smile to Nadine's face. Helgred's friend had indeed visited as promised, and his presence had accelerated the subtle changes in Helgred that had begun with their correspondence. The stiff, sometimes stern woman who had moved in to help after Eli's death had blossomed into someone more relaxed, more willing to laugh, more openly affectionate with little Eli. "Is he still planning to return to Shipshewana tomorrow?" Nadine asked, beginning to pin up her hair in the simple style appropriate for an Amish bride. Helgred nodded, a flash of something, anticipation, nervousness, crossing her features. "Yes, though he's asked me to accompany him for a visit, to meet his children properly." She busied herself with smoothing non-existent wrinkles from the dress. "He says he can't bear another 3 months of just letters." Nadine paused in her preparations, catching Helgred's eye in the mirror. "And will you go?" "I haven't decided," Helgred replied, though her tone suggested otherwise. "It would mean leaving you and Eli alone in your first weeks of marriage." "We would manage," Nadine assured her, resuming her work with her hair. "Ned will be here after all." "That's precisely what concerns me," Helgred retorted, a spark of her old tartness returning. "Newlyweds shouldn't be trusted with practical matters like keeping a farm running and a child properly fed." Nadine laughed again. "We're hardly young lovers prone to distraction, Helgred. Ned is 41 and I'm 33 with a child already. I think we can be trusted to remember the chickens need feeding, even if we're married." Helgred sniffed, unconvinced. "Nevertheless, it seems improper to abandon you so soon." "It's not abandonment to visit the man who's clearly stolen your heart," Nadine said gently. "Besides, it's only for what, 2 weeks?" 3, Helgred admitted, a blush colouring her cheeks. "Another of Ted's daughters, Lily, is expecting her first child soon. Ted thought I might assist with the preparations." The request, so clearly significant, inviting Helgred into Ted's family circle during an important moment, spoke volumes about the man's intentions. Before Nadine could respond, another knock sounded at the door, followed by Mary Beth's cheerful voice. "Everyone decent?" "I've brought reinforcements for the bride." "Come in," Nadine called, grateful for the timely arrival. Mary Beth entered with 7-month-old Eli on her hip, the baby dressed in his Sunday best, his dark hair neatly combed, his round face alight with curiosity. Behind her trailed Patch, wearing an uncharacteristic blue ribbon around his neck that someone, likely one of the Miller children, had affixed for the occasion. "Look who insisted on seeing his mother before the ceremony," Mary Beth announced, bouncing Eli gently. "Said he couldn't possibly wait another minute." "Did he now?" Nadine smiled, reaching for her son. "And did he express this in actual words, or are you interpreting his drooling as speech again?" "Maternal intuition," Mary Beth declared with mock solemnity. "A gift I've honed through years of raising my own brood." Eli babbled happily as Nadine took him, immediately reaching for the pins in her hair with determined fingers. "Oh, no, you don't, young man," Helgred intercepted, deftly removing the baby from Nadine's arms. "Your mother needs to finish dressing, not start over because you've destroyed her handiwork." "Bah," Eli protested, though he settled contentedly enough against Helgred's shoulder, distracted by the ribbon on her prayer cap. Patch circled the room restlessly, his claws clicking on the wooden floor as he investigated the unusual activity, the ribbon around his neck clearly a source of confusion. "Who decorated the dog?" Helgred asked, eyeing the blue silk with disapproval. "Ned's niece Ruthie," Mary Beth explained. "She informed me very seriously that since Patch is family, he needed to be properly dressed for the wedding too." "That child," Helgred sighed, though her expression held more fondness than criticism. "Always finding some creature to fuss over." "Speaking of fussing," Mary Beth said, turning her attention to Nadine, "let me help you with that dress." "Helgred, take Eli downstairs. I think I heard Ted asking for you anyway." Helgred's eyes brightened at the mention of Ted, though she made a show of reluctance. "If you're certain you have things under control here." "Go," Nadine and Mary Beth said in unison, exchanging amused glances as Helgred departed with Eli, her steps noticeably quicker than her usual measured pace. "She's transformed," Mary Beth observed, helping Nadine into the purple dress. "I've never seen Helgred move with such eagerness." "Ted has been good for her," Nadine agreed, smoothing the fabric over her hips. "I never thought to see Helgred in love, but there's no other word for it." "Love finds us when it will," Mary Beth replied philosophically. "Sometimes where we least expect it. Sometimes where it was waiting all along." She gave Nadine a meaningful look. "As you and Ned have discovered." Nadine smiled, accepting the gentle reference to the letters Mary Beth had kept all those years. "Yes, though I'm grateful it took its time. I wasn't ready before now." A commotion outside drew their attention to the window. Chapter 25. Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends. John 15:13. Ned's wagon had arrived, filled with his parents, sisters, and their families. Nadine watched as he helped his mother down, his tall figure easy to distinguish even at a distance. "Your groom looks handsome today," Mary Beth observed, coming to stand beside her. "That new black suit fits him well." "He does," Nadine agreed softly, watching as Ned bent to listen to something his father was saying, his posture attentive and respectful. "And you look beautiful," Mary Beth said, adjusting Nadine's prayer cap one last time. "A proper bride for a proper groom." "Hardly proper," Nadine laughed. "A widow with a child marrying a widower. Rather scandalous by some standards." "Nonsense," Mary Beth dismissed. "Life doesn't always follow the neat paths we imagine for it. What matters is that you've found happiness again, both of you." She patted Nadine's hand. "Now, are you ready to become Mrs. Miller?" Nadine took a deep breath, casting one last glance at her reflection in the small mirror. The woman who looked back at her seemed younger somehow. The grief that had marked her features after Eli's death replaced by a quiet joy that animated her entire being. "Yes," she said simply, "more than ready." Downstairs, the house hummed with activity as last-minute preparations continued. In the kitchen, Helgred was directing a group of women in setting out food for the meal that would follow the ceremony, while Ted stood nearby, slicing bread with practiced efficiency. "Nadine," he called warmly when he caught sight of her, The bride herself! You look lovely!" Ted Hostetler was a tall, broad-shouldered man with kind eyes and a neatly trimmed beard just beginning to show traces of grey. His manner was direct but gentle, his laugh easy and frequent, his conversation thoughtful, a perfect match for Helgred's more serious nature. "Thank you, Ted," Nadine replied, accepting his compliment with a smile. "Is everything ready outside?" "As ready as it can be," he assured her. "The benches are arranged, the bishop has arrived, and Ned is pacing the barnyard like a nervous colt." His eyes twinkled with gentle humour, though he claims he's merely checking the weather. Helgred approached, wiping her hands on her apron. "Nadine! Finally dressed, I see." Her critical gaze softened as she took in the completed picture. "You look beautiful." Coming from Helgred, who rarely offered such effusive praise, the simple words meant more than elaborate compliments from others might have. "Thank you," Nadine said, reaching to squeeze her sister-in-law's hand, "for everything, Helgred. For your help these past months, for your blessing on this day." Emotion flickered briefly across Helgred's features before she squared her shoulders, composure returning. Yes, well, someone had to ensure things were done properly. But she held Nadine's hand a moment longer than necessary, the gesture conveying what her words did not. Ted watched this exchange with evident appreciation, his gaze lingering on Helgred's face with the absorbed interest of a man discovering new facets in someone who had captured his heart. "Helgred has been invaluable in the preparations," he said, moving to stand beside her with a naturalness that spoke of growing comfort between them. "I've been taking notes for future reference." The implication in his words, that he anticipated planning another wedding, brought a rare blush to Helgred's cheeks. Before she could respond, Daniel Yoder's voice called from the doorway. "Is my daughter-in-law ready?" "The guests are seated and Ned looks about ready to start the ceremony without us if we delay much longer." Nadine turned to find her father-in-law, Eli's father, standing at the kitchen entrance, his kind face solemn yet pleased. He asked if he could walk her to the ceremony. "I'm ready," she assured him, straightening her prayer cap one last time. Daniel offered his arm with formal courtesy. "Then let us proceed." It's not good to keep a man waiting on his wedding day. As they made their way toward the barn where the ceremony would take place, Nadine found herself suddenly intensely aware of Eli's absence. Not with the sharp pain of early grief, but with a wistful recognition that he should have been part of this day, should have seen his son's place in this expanding family circle. Daniel, perhaps sensing her thoughts, patted her hand where it rested on his arm. "My son would be pleased," he said quietly, "to see you happy again, to know his child will grow up with a father's guidance." The simple statement, offered without elaboration, eased something in Nadine's heart. "Thank you," she whispered as they paused at the barn entrance, "for understanding." Inside, the community had gathered in neat rows, women on one side, men on the other, according to tradition. At the front, Ned stood beside the bishop, his tall figure straight and dignified in his new black suit, his expression a mixture of solemnity and barely contained joy as he caught sight of Nadine. Patch, who had followed the procession from the house, positioned himself importantly at the end of the centre aisle, blue ribbon still somewhat askew around his neck, his manner suggesting he considered himself an official part of the proceedings. Little Eli, seated on Helgred's lap in the front row, spotted his mother and let out a delighted squeal, straining toward her with outstretched arms. A ripple of affectionate laughter moved through the congregation at the baby's enthusiasm. "Bah!" Eli insisted, bouncing excitedly on Helgred's knee. "Hush now," Helgred whispered, though her expression held more amusement than reproach. "Your mother will be right here in a moment." Ted leaned across the aisle to offer Eli a small wooden toy, a horse carved with remarkable detail, clearly made by his own skilled hands. The baby accepted the gift with fascination, momentarily distracted from his mother's appearance. As the traditional wedding service began, Nadine found herself not so much listening to the bishop's words as watching the faces around her. Ned's, alight with quiet certainty; Helgred's, softened by both the day's joy and Ted's presence beside her; Daniel and Mary Yoder's, reflecting pleasure in this new chapter for their grandchild's mother; and little Eli's, innocent and curious, accepting these proceedings as simply another interesting part of his expanding world. When the time came for their vows, Ned's voice rang clear and steady in the hushed barn. Nadine's eyes filled with tears at this public declaration of what he had already demonstrated through countless small actions over the past months. She responded, her own voice steady despite the emotion tightening her throat. The simplicity of the Amish ceremony, free from elaborate decorations or lengthy rituals, highlighted the essential nature of what they were undertaking. A covenant made before God and community, a joining of lives already shaped by experience, loss, and the wisdom hard won through both. As the bishop pronounced them husband and wife, Patch chose that moment to bark once, a sharp, joyful sound that again drew laughter from the assembled guests. "Even the dog approves," someone called from the back, prompting more chuckles. Ned smiled, the expression transforming his serious face. "He has excellent judgment," he replied, offering his arm to Nadine, now officially Nadine Miller, as they turned to face their community as husband and wife. Chapter 26. Be of good courage, and he shall strengthen your heart, all ye that hope in the Lord. Psalm 31:24. The traditional wedding meal that followed filled the farm with conversation and laughter as guests moved between tables set up in the yard, enjoying the abundant food prepared by the women of the community over the preceding days. Ned and Nadine sat at the centre table, little Eli now happily ensconced between them, contentedly gumming a piece of bread while occasionally offering bits to Patch, who had stationed himself hopefully beneath the table. "Eli, no," Nadine gently corrected, intercepting a soggy morsel before it reached the dog. "Patch has his own food." "Bah!" Eli protested, his meaning clear despite his limited vocabulary. Ned laughed, ruffling the baby's dark hair. "I see we'll need to establish some rules about table manners, young man. Although," he added in a stage whisper, "your mother isn't looking now if you want to slip him just a small piece." "I heard that, Ned Miller," Nadine said without turning around, engaged in conversation with Mary Yoder on her other side. Ned winked at Eli, who responded with a delighted giggle. "Your mother has excellent hearing," he informed the baby seriously. "We'll need to remember that in future negotiations." Helgred, seated across from them with Ted beside her, observed this exchange with evident satisfaction. "I see discipline will be foremost in your parenting approach," she remarked dryly. "Balance, Sister Helgred," Ned replied, using the formal term for his new relationship to her with a touch of humour. "Firm guidance balanced with occasional indulgence." "Humph," Helgred responded, though without her former disapproval. "That sounds suspiciously like spoiling to me." Ted chuckled, his shoulder brushing Helgred's in a gesture of easy familiarity that would have been unthinkable 3 months earlier. "Children benefit from knowing both structure and joy," he offered diplomatically, "as do adults, perhaps." The way he looked at Helgred as he spoke left little doubt about his meaning. Helgred's cheeks coloured slightly, but she didn't move away from his touch. "Speaking of joy," Ned said, raising his glass of water in a small toast, "I must thank you, Helgred, for all you've done to make this day possible. Not just the practical arrangements, though those have been impeccable, but for your blessing on our marriage. It means more than I can express." Helgred looked momentarily flustered by this public acknowledgement. "Yes, well," she began, falling back on her usual brisk manner before her expression softened unexpectedly. "You make her happy," she said simply. "Both of you deserve that happiness." "As do you," Nadine added quietly, glancing meaningfully between Helgred and Ted. This time Helgred didn't blush or deflect. Instead, she allowed Ted to cover her hand with his own on the table, a public gesture that declared their relationship's seriousness as clearly as any words might have. "We've been discussing that," Ted said, his deep voice carrying a note of quiet certainty. "Haven't we, Helgred?" "We have," she confirmed, meeting Nadine's questioning gaze directly. "Ted has asked me to marry him. At Christmas, as we discussed." Though Helgred had mentioned this possibility months ago, hearing it stated now as a definite plan brought fresh joy to Nadine. "Helgred, that's wonderful news." "Wonderful indeed," Ned agreed warmly, "though I hope you'll consider having the ceremony here rather than in Shipshawana. This farm has proven quite suitable for weddings, after all." Helgred's expression registered surprise at this suggestion. "Here?" "But by Christmas, you and Nadine will be settled in your own home," she glanced at Ted. "We assumed the ceremony would take place in Shipshawana, where Ted's family is established." "My family can travel," Ted said easily, "and I know how much Eli means to you, Helgred. Having him present for the ceremony would make it more complete." The thoughtful consideration, putting Helgred's attachment to her nephew above his own convenience, spoke volumes about Ted's character and his understanding of the woman he wished to marry. "Besides," Nadine added, "this will always be your home too, Helgred. Wherever you live, you'll always belong here with us." Helgred blinked rapidly, uncharacteristic emotion making her voice slightly unsteady. "We'll consider it," she said finally, "though there are many factors to discuss before decisions are made." "Of course," Ted agreed, his patient good humour a perfect complement to Helgred's more rigid approach to planning. "We have months yet to determine the details." As the afternoon progressed, guests gradually began to depart, offering final congratulations and well wishes to the newly married couple. By late afternoon, only family remained. Ned's parents and siblings, Daniel and Mary Yoder, Helgred and Ted, and a few close friends like Mary Beth who were helping with the final clean-up. "You've got smudges of something on your dress," Helgred fussed, attempting to brush Nadine's skirt clean as they stood near the now empty tables. "Probably from that dog. He's been underfoot all day." "Leave it, Helgred," Nadine laughed, gently catching her sister-in-law's hand. "It's just a dress." "A wedding dress," Helgred corrected firmly, "which should be preserved properly for Eli's future wife to see someday." "Future wife?" Nadine echoed, amused. "He's only 7 months old, Helgred. Let's not marry him off just yet." "Planning ahead is prudent," Helgred insisted, though her lips twitched with suppressed humour. "Speaking of planning, Ted and I will be leaving for Shipshawana tomorrow as discussed." Nadine nodded, having expected this. "For 3 weeks, you said?" 2, Helgred corrected. "I've decided 2 is sufficient. Ted's daughter has plenty of other assistants available and—" She hesitated, glancing to where Ned was speaking with Ted and Daniel by the barn. "And I want to be here to help you and Eli settle into your new routines." The concern, so typical of Helgred's practical nature, touched Nadine deeply. "We'll manage," she assured her, "though we'll certainly welcome your return." "Eli will miss his Aunt Helgred's special attention, and Helgred will miss that boy every minute," Ted said, joining them with Ned following behind. "Though I've promised to keep her thoroughly distracted with introductions to approximately 17 cousins, 4 siblings, 3 children, and assorted neighbours." "A social whirlwind," Ned observed with mock solemnity. "I'm not sure Helgred will survive such excitement." Helgred shot him a look that might once have been genuinely sharp, but now held a hint of playfulness. "I'm perfectly capable of managing social obligations, Ned Miller. I've organised this entire wedding, haven't I?" "With military precision," he agreed, grinning. "We should have put you in charge of the barn raising last spring." "We'd have finished by noon instead of sunset." To everyone's surprise, Helgred laughed, a warm, genuine sound rarely heard before Ted's appearance in her life. "You might be right about that. Men always waste time with unnecessary discussion when action is called for." "A philosophy I've come to appreciate deeply," Ted said, his expression fond as he regarded Helgred, "particularly when paired with a willingness to occasionally enjoy the moment without rushing to the next task." The gentle teasing, evidence of how well he already understood Helgred's character and how comfortably they had begun to balance each other, drew smiles from both Nadine and Ned. Little Eli, who had been napping in Mary Yoder's arms nearby, chose that moment to wake, announcing his return to consciousness with a demanding "bah" that carried clearly across the yard. "Speaking of enjoying the moment," Nadine said, moving to collect her son, "this young man has slept through most of his mother's wedding. I think he deserves some attention from his new official father, don't you?" Ned's face lit up as he reached for Eli, who went to him willingly, little hands immediately going to explore Ned's beard with fascinated concentration. "Hello there, young Miller," he said, using the baby's new surname with evident pleasure. "Did you have a good rest?" "Miller," Helgred repeated softly, the name change seeming to strike her anew. "Elijah Daniel Miller." "He'll always be a Yoder too," Ned assured her, understanding her sudden solemnity. "Through his father's blood, through his connection to all of you." He bounced Eli gently, drawing a gurgle of laughter from the baby. "He'll grow up knowing both families, both legacies." Helgred nodded, visibly touched by this assurance. "Well," she said briskly, composure returning, "in that case, I believe Eli Miller Yoder needs a fresh diaper before any further celebrations." "I'll take him," Nadine offered, reaching for her son. "Nonsense," Helgred countered, already extracting Eli from Ned's arms with practised efficiency. "You're the bride. Sit down and rest for a few minutes. Ted and I can manage this one last duty before you two take full responsibility." As Helgred departed with Eli, Ted following with an amused shrug toward Nadine and Ned, Patch emerged from beneath a nearby table where he had been napping, stretching luxuriously before padding over to sit at Nadine's feet. "Even the dog looks exhausted," Ned observed, bending to remove the now bedraggled blue ribbon from Patch's neck. "Though he's been an excellent wedding attendant." "He takes his responsibilities seriously," Nadine agreed, reaching down to stroke the dog's soft head, "just like someone else I know." Ned caught her hand, bringing it to his lips in a gesture more romantic than Amish men typically displayed in public. "Speaking of responsibilities," he said, his voice lowering, "I believe we've fulfilled all our social obligations for today. Most of the guests have departed. The clean-up is well in hand." He glanced meaningfully toward the house. "Perhaps we could take a few moments for ourselves." The suggestion, modest though it was, brought a flush to Nadine's cheeks. "What about Eli?" "Currently receiving his grandmother and aunt's undivided attention," Ned pointed out. "I suspect we have at least 15 minutes before anyone comes looking for us." Nadine laughed at his practical calculation of their available private time. "Very well, husband," she said, the term still new and wonderful on her lips. "Lead the way." As they slipped away toward the house, hand in hand like much younger newlyweds, Patch watched them go with canine interest, before apparently deciding this was a human matter, requiring no dog's supervision. He settled back down in a patch of late afternoon sunshine, content to leave the humans to their own devices, while he enjoyed a well-deserved rest after fulfilling his wedding duties. Inside the quiet house, Temporarily empty of the day's bustle, Ned paused in the kitchen, still holding Nadine's hand. "Happy, Mrs. Miller?" he asked softly. Nadine looked up at him, this man who had waited so long, who had returned when hope seemed lost, who had embraced not just her but her son with such natural devotion. "Yes," she said simply, the word containing multitudes of meaning. "More than I ever thought possible again." "Good," Ned replied, drawing her gently into his arms. "Because I intend to spend the rest of our lives ensuring that happiness only grows." He kissed her then, a promise sealed with tenderness that spoke of patience rewarded, of love enduring beyond separation and loss, of a future bright with possibilities neither had dared imagine just 1 year before. Outside, life continued its steady rhythm, Helgred instructing Ted in the proper way to secure Eli's diaper, Patch dreaming dog dreams in the sun, community members making their way home with the satisfaction of having witnessed love renewed. Inside, in the quiet sanctuary of the farmhouse that had seen both tragedy and joy, Nadine and Ned began the first moments of their married life together. Not as the untested youths they had once been, but as adults who had learned the true value of love through its absence, and who would cherish its presence all the more completely for having discovered it, twice, against all odds, in this one precious life they now shared. Chapter 27. I can do all things through Christ which strengtheneth me. Philippians 4:13. 19-month-old Eli was demonstrating his newest skill, stacking wooden blocks into a precarious tower while Patch watched with attentive interest. 4! Eli announced triumphantly as he placed another block on the swaying structure. His vocabulary had exploded in recent months, much to everyone's delight and occasional consternation when he repeated things not meant for little ears. "That's right," Nadine confirmed from her seat at the kitchen table, where she was shelling peas from the garden. 4 blocks. Can you add one more?" Eli's brow furrowed with concentration as he carefully selected his next block, tiny tongue peeking out from the corner of his mouth. Patch inched closer, nose twitching with interest. "Patch, no!" Eli commanded with all the authority his 19 months could muster. "My tower!" Nadine bit back a smile. "He's not going to knock it down, Eli. He's just watching. Dogs watch with their noses sometimes," Ned commented as he entered through the back door, removing his straw hat and hanging it on the peg. "Especially when small boys have jam on their fingers from breakfast." "I washed his hands," Nadine protested mildly, though she couldn't help glancing at Eli's fingers, which did indeed still bear traces of the strawberry jam that had adorned his morning toast. Ned crossed to Nadine, bending to kiss her cheek before resting a gentle hand on the small but distinct swell beneath her apron. "How are you feeling? Any sickness today?" "Better," Nadine replied, leaning into his touch. At 3 months along, the worst of the morning sickness had finally begun to subside, much to everyone's relief, though I still don't care for the smell of coffee. "A small sacrifice," Ned said solemnly, though his eyes twinkled. "I can drink it outside until spring." "Nonsense," Nadine laughed. "I'm not banishing you to the yard for your morning coffee. Just perhaps keep the lid on the pot when you're not pouring." "Da!" Eli abandoned his tower, toddling over to grab Ned's pant leg with sticky fingers. "Up!" Ned obliged, swinging the boy into his arms with practiced ease. In the year since their marriage, he had fully embraced fatherhood, his patience and gentle guidance a perfect complement to Nadine's more intuitive approach. Eli had long since begun calling him Da, a development that had initially triggered complex emotions for Nadine before settling into rightness, A child deserved a father's name to call after all, and Ned had earned the title in every way that mattered. "Have you been helping your mother today?" Ned asked, settling Eli on his hip. "Helped garden," Eli informed him seriously. "Picked beans." "He did," Nadine confirmed, though for every bean that made it into the basket, 2 went into his mouth. "A fair distribution," Ned pronounced. "And look at this pea shelling operation. You've been busy while I fixed the north fence." Nadine glanced at the modest pile of peas she'd accumulated. "Not as efficient as usual," she admitted, resting a hand briefly on her stomach. "This little one seems to demand more rest than Eli did." "Different child, different needs," Ned said easily. "Perhaps this one will be a girl, with her mother's thoughtfulness." The hope in his voice, subtle but unmistakable, warmed Nadine's heart. Though Ned loved Eli without reservation, this new baby held special significance as their first child together, tangible evidence of the family they were building. Patch's sudden alert barking interrupted the moment, his ears perking up seconds before the sound of wagon wheels became audible from the lane. "That'll be Helgred and Ted," Nadine said, pushing herself up from the chair. "Right on time, as always." "Auntie Helgred!" Eli exclaimed, wiggling to be put down. Ned set him on his feet and the boy raced to the door, Patch close on his heels. "Careful on the steps," Ned cautioned, following at a more measured pace. "Hold the railing like we practiced." Nadine watched from the doorway as her son navigated the porch steps with careful determination, one hand firmly gripping the railing Ned had installed specifically at his height. The boy's dark hair, so like his father's, caught the sunlight as he reached the bottom and launched himself across the yard toward the approaching wagon. "Someone's excited," Ned observed, coming to stand beside Nadine, his arms settling comfortably around her waist. "It's been 3 months since their last visit," Nadine reminded him. "A lifetime in Eli's world." The wagon pulled into the yard, Ted handling the reins with capable ease. Beside him sat Helgred, her appearance still a source of private amazement to Nadine. Marriage had transformed her former sister-in-law, softening the severe lines of her face and adding a relaxed grace to her movements. Today she wore a blue dress of a slightly brighter shade than tradition typically dictated, and her welcoming smile formed quickly and naturally as she caught sight of Eli racing toward them. "There's my big boy," Helgred called, waiting for Ted to bring the wagon to a complete stop before allowing him to help her down. The moment her feet touched the ground, she knelt to receive Eli's enthusiastic embrace. "Look how you've grown since May." "I tall," Eli agreed solemnly. "Feed chickens myself now." "Do you indeed?" Helgred marvelled, getting to her feet while keeping hold of Eli's hand. "What other new skills have you mastered since our last visit?" As Eli launched into a detailed, if somewhat incomprehensible, catalogue of his recent accomplishments, Ted secured the horses and unloaded their bags. His greeting to Ned was typically understated. A handshake, a nod, a simple, "Good to see you, brother." But genuine warmth infused the brief exchange. "Helgred's been counting the days," he confided as they lifted the larger trunk together, though she'd never admit it. "We've missed her too," Ned acknowledged, "especially Nadine. I think she's saved up 3 months' worth of questions about the baby." Ted chuckled. "Helgred's prepared. She's brought 4 books on the subject, a special tea for morning sickness, and enough advice to last until delivery." Inside the kitchen, Helgred was already examining Nadine with the critical eye that even marital happiness hadn't completely erased. "You're too pale," she pronounced, taking Nadine's face between her hands. "Have you been eating properly? Iron is essential in the 3rd month." "Hello to you too, Helgred," Nadine laughed, pulling her friend into a proper embrace. "Yes, I'm eating well. Ned makes sure of it." Helgred returned the hug with uncharacteristic demonstrativeness before stepping back, her gaze dropping to Nadine's midsection. "May I?" she asked, hands hovering. Nadine nodded, guiding Helgred's hand to the firm curve where the new baby grew. Not much to feel yet, but definitely there. A look of wonder crossed Helgred's face, the same expression she had worn when first holding Eli as a newborn. A miracle, she said softly. Every time, a miracle. That's what I keep telling her, Ned said as he and Ted entered with the luggage, though she insists it's simply biology. It can be both, Ted suggested mildly, setting down the trunk. He crossed to Nadine, bending to kiss her cheek with brotherly affection. You look well, Nadine. Motherhood becomes you. Thank you, Nadine replied, genuinely touched by the compliment. In the year since Helgred and Ted's Christmas wedding, he had become family in every sense that mattered, a beloved uncle to Eli, a brother to Nadine and Ned, and most importantly, the perfect partner for Helgred. Something smells wonderful, Ted observed, sniffing appreciatively. Venison stew, Nadine informed him. Ned brought a deer last week, and I've been experimenting with your mother's recipe. Helgred shared it when she visited in May. Helgred looked pleased by this reference to her mother-in-law, whose initial wariness toward her as an older bride had gradually given way to genuine affection and respect. Mother will be delighted to hear you're using it. She asks after you in every letter. How long can you stay this time? Ned asked, lifting Eli onto his shoulders as the boy began to tire of adult conversation. A full week, Ted replied. The harvest is good this year, and my sons have things well in hand. They insisted we take a proper visit this time, not just a few days. Wonderful, Nadine said sincerely. Eli has been asking for Auntie Helgred stories every night at bedtime. Helgred's expression softened at this information. Despite living in Shipshawana now, she had maintained her special bond with Eli through regular visits and, increasingly, through letters dictated by Nadine that contained the boy's latest accomplishments and questions. I've brought him something, she said, reaching into her bag to produce a small, carefully wrapped package. A book of animal pictures. My students helped make it. This reference to Helgred's newest role, teaching 3 days a week at the small Amish school near Ted's farm, still surprised Nadine occasionally. Helgred's natural authority and organisational skills had found perfect expression in the classroom, where her strictness was balanced by a patience few had suspected she possessed. Eli will love it, Nadine assured her. He's fascinated by animals right now. Especially horses, I think Ned's influence. Speaking of influence, Ted said, a note of humour entering his voice, I see Patch still maintains his position as guardian of the household. The dog, who had been circling the kitchen in eager greeting of the visitors, barked once as if acknowledging his name before settling at Eli's feet as Ned lowered the boy back to the floor. My dog, Eli declared, slinging an arm around Patch's neck with proprietary pride. He sleeps in my room now. A recent development, Ned explained, after much negotiation and several compromises regarding bathing frequency. Helgred sniffed. I still say animals belong outside, but I suppose some battles aren't worth fighting. The twinkle in her eye belied her disapproving tone. Besides, he did alert you to that fox in the hen house last month. Saved 6 hens, Nadine confirmed, and Eli adores him. Conversation flowed easily as they moved outside to enjoy the unusually pleasant evening for that time of year. Ned had installed heaters for the event if people had wanted to wander outside. Here they settled, watching Eli demonstrate his running skills to an appreciative Helgred while Patch trotted faithfully behind. He's so much like his father, Helgred observed quietly. The same determination, the same curiosity about everything. Nadine nodded, feeling the familiar bittersweetness that still occasionally accompanied mentions of Eli. Yes, but his laugh is all his own. As if to prove her point, Eli let out a delighted giggle as Patch licked his face, the sound carrying clearly in the evening air. How's Daniel? Ted asked, referring to Eli's grandfather. We haven't had a letter in a few weeks. Well enough, Ned replied. Mary's arthritis troubles her more this year, but Daniel remains active. They visit every Sunday after service. He glanced at Nadine. In fact, we've been discussing having them move into the small house at the edge of the property. It needs work, but with winter coming. An excellent idea, Helgred approved. They're not getting younger, and having family close becomes more important with age. The simple statement, delivered without Helgred's former stiffness about proper arrangements, demonstrated how fully she had embraced the changes in her life. Where once she might have insisted on rigid adherence to traditional family structures, she now recognised the practical and emotional value of adaptable connections. Chapter 28. With all lowliness and meekness, with long-suffering, forbearing one another in love, endeavouring to keep the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace. Ephesians 4:2-3. As twilight deepened around them, Eli gradually slowed his energetic play, eventually climbing into Helgred's lap with the heavy-eyed look that signalled approaching sleep. He curled against her with complete trust, thumb finding its way to his mouth, despite months of gentle discouragement from both parents. "I think someone is ready for bed," Ned observed, rising from his seat. "Shall I take him, Helgred?" "Not yet," Helgred replied softly, her arms tightening slightly around the drowsy boy. "Let me hold him a little longer. I've missed this." Nadine watched them, emotion tightening her throat, Helgred holding Eli's sleeping form with such tender care, the same hands that had once seemed permanently shaped for work, now equally adept at conveying love. Some transformations occurred gradually, like the slow changing of seasons. Others happened in dramatic moments of crisis or joy. Helgred had experienced both and emerged not as a different person, but as a more complete version of herself. "You're pensive tonight," Ned commented quietly, returning to sit beside Nadine after bringing a light blanket to cover Eli against the cooling evening air. "Just grateful," she replied, leaning against his solid shoulder. "For all of this. For how life unfolds in ways we never expect." Ned's hand found hers, fingers intertwining with practiced ease. "I was thinking earlier about the letters," he said, referring to the youthful correspondence Mary Beth had returned to Nadine so many months ago. "About how young we were, how certain about everything." "And now?" Nadine prompted, curious about his reflective mood. "Now I understand that certainty isn't what matters," he said thoughtfully. "It's faith. In each other, in possibilities, in the way broken paths can lead to unexpected destinations." Ted, who had been listening quietly, nodded agreement. Life rarely follows the straight roads we imagine for it. The detours often prove the most worthwhile parts of the journey. Helgred looked up from her contemplation of Eli's sleeping face. "Is that philosophy I hear from you practical men?" she asked, though her tone held affection rather than criticism. "Next you'll be writing poetry instead of repairing fences." "Why not both?" Ted suggested, his hand resting lightly on Helgred's shoulder. "Practical actions for working days, poetry for moments like these." The easy exchange, balanced between teasing and genuine thought, exemplified the comfortable friendship that had developed between the two couples over the past year. Different in temperament and circumstance, they nevertheless shared essential values and experiences that had forged unexpected bonds. As full darkness settled over the farm, Nadine felt the baby stir within her. Not yet the pronounced movements she remembered from Eli, but a gentle fluttering that reminded her of new life taking shape. She placed a hand over the spot, wondering if this child would have Ned's thoughtful nature or her own questioning spirit, if it would inherit Eli's determined energy or create its own unique presence in the world. "We should go in," Ned said eventually, noting Nadine's stifled yawn. "Tomorrow we'll be here early enough." Helgred reluctantly surrendered the sleeping Eli to Ned, who carried him inside with practiced care, Patch following faithfully at his heels. As the two couples made their way back to the warmth of the kitchen, Nadine paused for a moment on the porch, looking out at the peaceful darkness that surrounded their home. 1 year ago, she had stood in this same spot as a new bride, uncertain of the path ahead, yet willing to take that first step with Ned beside her. Now that path had led to this moment, a home filled with love, a son thriving under the care of both parents, a new life growing within her, and friendships deepened by shared experiences. "Coming," Ned called softly from the doorway. "Yes," Nadine replied, turning toward the welcoming light. "Just remembering." "Good memories, I hope," he said, extending his hand to her. Nadine smiled, taking his offered hand and feeling its reassuring strength. "The best," she assured him, "and more being made every day." Inside, Helgred was already setting out cups for evening tea, her movements efficient yet relaxed as Ted helped by slicing bread to accompany it. The familiar rituals of hospitality and family continued, unchanged in essence from generations past, yet adapted to the specific people gathered around this particular table on this particular evening. As Nadine took her place among them, she felt a profound sense of rightness settle over her. Not the blind certainty of youth that Ned had mentioned, but something deeper and more substantial. This was the happiness Eli had wished for her in those final days, not a replacement for what had been lost, but a new creation built on foundations of memory, love, and the courage to begin again. Outside, a gentle summer rain began to fall, nourishing the earth as the season prepared to turn toward autumn. Within the kitchen's warm circle of light, life continued its eternal cycle of growth and renewal, one day flowing into the next with both challenges and joys, hardships and blessings, all part of the intricate pattern that formed a life well lived in community with those who mattered most. Months later, Nadine found herself once more in the capable hands of Rebecca, the community midwife. Little Eli was being looked after by Mary Beth, and Patch was on the other side of the closed bedroom door. Ned was right next to Nadine with every contraction. Helgred bustled in the kitchen, preparing warm cloths. After a labour both familiar and new, a tiny cry filled the room, followed quickly by Rebecca's warm announcement. "A girl," she said, carefully laying the infant on Nadine's chest. Tears filled Nadine's eyes. She'd secretly hoped for a girl. "Hello, little one." Ned's strong hand covered Nadine's, his eyes glistening as he gazed at the tiny face nestled against his wife. "Thank you," he whispered to Nadine. "She's perfect." "She is." Helgred, peeking through the doorway, clasped her hands, a quiet smile gracing her lips. "A girl. Now you have one of each. That's perfect." Nadine looked up at Helgred. "We've chosen a name." "Ah, what is it?" Helgred asked. "Mary Helgred Miller." Helgred gasped. "Truly? You're not teasing?" Ned smiled. "We're not teasing. You've been a rock for Nadine after all she's been through. That's what we decided to call a girl if we had one. Now we do." Helgred clasped her hands to her heart. "Oh, just wait until I tell Ted. He just won't believe it." Ned looked back at his daughter. "I must be the most blessed man in the world right now. There is nothing more I could possibly want or need." Nadine closed her eyes and nestled her cheek against her daughter's soft head. The road behind her had been steeped in sorrow, but the path ahead glimmered with grace. She wouldn't walk it alone. Love was in her arms, peace was in her soul, and God was in charge of the rest. You have been listening to Amish Widows' First Love, Book 20 in the Expectant Amish Widows series. Copyright 2025 by Samantha Price. Production copyright 2025 by Samantha Price. Thanks so much for listening. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please like and subscribe. It really helps me keep bringing you more wholesome content. And if you'd love early access to my audiobooks, monthly discounts in my store, members-only videos, giveaways, and even the chance to help me choose character names and storylines, join my members-only section right here on YouTube. Your support means the world to me. Thank you.